need this to be connected to be projected. Is it connected?
Oh, using gears.
Good morning, colleagues. I want to first of all acknowledge the NRF led by Nana, and also acknowledge our colleagues here at Makerere University. And also I'd like to acknowledge the Executive Officer of Oliver Tambo Foundation, Ms. Natasha Ali. And I'd like to thank the NRF for giving the opportunity to, first of all, give a sermon before the start of the discussions with the ORTARChI chairs. I think this is an important opportunity because we're talking about a very important facility, the ORTARChI chairs, which first of all is honoring a stalwart of liberation in the continent. ORTARChI was a towering figure for South Africa in all the continents of the world. And his operations in Africa were extensive, and these chairs, which basically the key word here is about the catalytic nature of these chairs, which means that the chairs are designed to have a multiplier effect. So this is an important part, and I think it's critical for us to actually see whether these chairs actually do have that kind of multiplier effect, that they are catalytic in nature. They are not what called sitting only where they are established at the moment. So I want to talk about two things today. As I say, it's a sermon. And I want to show that this continent has a very bright future. And I think it is critical for us to acknowledge that and to see that and to see the opportunities that come with the bright future. And I think also it is critical to ask the critical question about us as African scientists. What are we really, what is the impact, not just of the ORTARChI chairs, of African scientists as well? Because I believe that there is a difference between African scientists and scientists in Africa. I think at the moment, a lot of us behave like scientists in Africa, but not as African scientists. And I think we need to change that. There's a need for a mindset by scientists, which I want to talk about today. Now, this is the perception of Africa currently. It's a continent that is known for poverty. For poverty, really, we need to read exploitation, because the people who say poverty they actually are the people exploiting and causing the poverty. We are known as a continent of conflict. And for that, I want us to read Sabotage, because the conflicts are not our conflicts. They are imported conflicts. So these are acts of the conflict is due to sabotage of the continent. Also, we're known as a continent of foreign aid. We've got leaders who are accepting and managing foreign aid, but foreign aid is actually a facility that supports puppets, because actually the foreign aid is used by puppets to keep going and destroying their own citizens. So foreign aid is something that actually should be rejected by Africans. But it is accepted because we as ordinary citizens have got no weight. We've got no role to play about the management of foreign aid. And then we're also known as a continent of disease. You know, all diseases, even the ones that we don't know about, they end up being African diseases. Even if they start elsewhere in the world, they end up being African diseases. So, and we think that these diseases are random. And I think Africans should stop thinking about these diseases as random diseases, that they are natural to us. We need to also see how these diseases are actually managed to become our diseases in the end. So overall, Africa is seen as a place of challenges, not a place of opportunities. But I think the reality is different. The reality is that Africa owns more natural wealth than any other continent. And it's so big. We can't talk about overpopulation in Africa because it's so big. You can fit all the continents comfortably within the land space of Africa. So overpopulation is something that we should not even be listening to when people are talking about overpopulation. But I see when people are talking about overpopulation, they put the map of Africa in the center. It does not make sense. We've got everything, and I want to show what we have got. We also have got the youngest population, and this is significant in terms of the future. Is it possible to get some water? We've got the youngest population. I'm going to show why that is so important. And then also, Africa possesses actually the keys to the future. The future is, thank you, is said to be the future of the fourth industrial revolution. It's the future of artificial intelligence, is the future of automation, is the future of robots. But all these things depend on resources in Africa, majority. So Africa is in fact the one that possesses the keys for this coming future. And we need to be aware of that, because we can only play a role if we know, if we are aware of it. The other thing that is a strength in us, which is a reality, is the fact that as Africans, we have always lived in a situation of constant struggle with everything. Therefore, we have acquired an ability to do a lot with very little. Africans can do a lot with very little, and we should actually harness that, what we have acquired. Because people will be strong if they're honed in fire. We've been honed in fire for more than 400 years. We should be very strong now. And we should survive in spite of everything, as we have already done. So this is the actual reality. And I can see that this continent is rising. It's very clear. I mean, what I sensed already yesterday going around Makerere University is the energy and the humility. This is another good thing about us as Africans, is that we are quiet, we are we are humble people, we are modest, we do all these things. We know that some people don't take notice of us. We don't really care. By the time they take notice, maybe we'll be very far. So we still need to move in spite of everything. So, talking about the natural resources, what it means is that the continent is neither poor nor weak. Africans are the most resilient people on the planet. Those in the continent and those in the diaspora. They are extremely resilient people. In spite of everything where people, they press us down, we still emerge upright. And we should keep this. We should keep this ability. The fact that Africa has the youngest population is very important. And I want to reinforce how important this is. What this means is that in the very near future, the world is going to depend on African workforce, right? You can see in Europe, the population has declined so steeply. And Europeans, taxpayers, are supporting pensioners. And there are few people who actually pay tax, and there are more people who are getting pension. Japan has actually closed schools because there are no more new people going to schools. So the workforce in Africa, which is so young and so energetic and so resilient and so motivated, is going to be the place where everybody wants to make business, because we'll have, what it means is that Africans must invest on skilled young people. This is how China managed to be where it is. Now China is providing all the manufacturing in the world because they've got a highly skilled labor force. They invested a lot on their human capacity. So when we've got a highly skilled labor force here, everybody is going to want to come and manufacture here. And the real engine of economy is manufacturing. You can see already now what's going on in the world. Everything is driven by manufacturing. So Africa, we're always getting manufactured things. It's time to change to manufacture. And we may manufacture certain things ourselves, but we also will benefit with our skilled workforce, because people are manufacturing elsewhere, they'll come and manufacture. That's why Apple and all these places, companies are manufacturing in China. So we can change that and make Africa the same as China, but only by investing on our young people. Skill them, even if they don't have jobs right now, skill them until everybody is going to want and manufacture in the continent. That is the importance of our young labor force. And then there's artificial intelligence. As I say, it depends on our resources. So the future of labor is Africa. The future of innovation is Africa. Our young people need to be just opened. We just need to open the gates, because at the moment it's because the gates are still not opened by those in power. We are the future of entrepreneurship. We are the future of global markets. When manufacturing is happening here, and it's going to open markets to us. And we are 1.4 billion people. Actually, we can have a very big market on our own if we sell things by ourselves. So if what we're doing is coupled with the Africa Free Trade Agreement and the infrastructure that connects our economies, because that's another problem in Africa, is that we are not connected properly. So that infrastructure needs to come in. Once those things are in place, we're going to move as a continent independently of the rest of the world. Now, I think this is important. This map shows the wealth that we have got in the continent. It's huge. It's huge, as you can see. The continent has got virtually everything that you can think of, and specifically gold. Now, you know what the story with gold is. Gold is going up at the moment because people say it's a safe a haven for investors. But I listened to an interesting story claiming to be Warren Buffett's story. where Warren Buffett says, actually, it's not true. Gold is going to crash. Now, everybody knows that Warren Buffett has been the one that predicts. That's how he got his wealth, by predicting things very accurately. So he can't be ignored. He is claiming that gold is going to crash because it is stationary. It is not mobile money. The future of money is going to be mobile money. So his prediction is that as soon as a digital dollar comes in, gold will go down. It's now safe because the dollar is trembling. But once the digital dollar is because it is going to be a mobile, currency, gold being a fixed structure that is stored somewhere, it's going to crash. So I think as Africans, we must not be comfortable. We need to scrutinize that idea that while we have the gold in the entire continent, some people actually may try to bypass the power of that gold by introducing other things, the digital money, which will make our gold irrelevant in the end. So I think we need to think about those things. But besides, you can see so many other things that the continent has got. And this map is an interesting map. It's annotated in French, which I think it was actually generated by French people, and they were mapping the wealth of the continent. And you can see the circled parts there, starting from South Africa all the way to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also in the West, Sierra Leone, and then the Equatorial Guinea. Those are areas where the French, I'm assuming that it must be them because it's annotated in French, that they see as concentrations of natural resources. And when you look at maps like this, you also need to look at the conflict zones. And you can see where the conflict zones are related to the mineral resources, the natural resources of the continent. And these are things that we need to look at. So when you look at these maps, you can see that the problem in Africa is extraction. People are extracting our resources, and they are disempowering us in the same process. Disempowering us by putting stripes so that we're always on our toes, fighting conflict all the time while they are extracting our resources. And it's something that we need as scientists to be also involved. So again, this is the assessment, and this assessment is not done by Africans, by the way. Assessment of mineral resources in Africa. The green parts is like very large mineral, resources. And the light green ones is large, and the yellow is moderate, and so on and so on. And then it also has got an assessment of industry, existing industry related to these natural resources. And you can see that the majority of the industry is in South Africa. Even though there is a lot of resources in the rest of the continent, but the industrialization is not. Because it can't be, because they're extracting, and the industry is somewhere else, not in the continent. In South Africa, I think it is possible for the industry to be that, because South Africa is really a proxy for Western countries. The majority of the wealth in South Africa is owned and managed and developed by proxies of Western nations. Black people in South Africa still has no control of the mineral resources and the natural resources there, full control. So these things tell, colleagues, I'm putting this picture so that you can see that we cannot rest as scientists. And we cannot do science in as normal business, right? So the important thing is that there is a change now in the realities of Africa. There is new competition. It usually was the competition between Western nations, Europe and North America mostly, competing about resources in Africa. Now there is an additional competition. slightly different from that of the West. Russia, India, and China are coming in, and they're giving us alternatives. Because initially, we did not have any alternative. We just have to follow what the competitors were saying. And the competition with India and China and what call is introducing new infrastructure, new opportunities for us. Infrastructure, in energy, pharmaceuticals, digital services, India particularly with digital services, and next generation technologies, AI, 5G, Internet of Things, quantum computing. All these things now are coming not from the West, but from the East. So, and these are the things that we should consider seriously as opportunities, whether we can exploit them. Even in the area of military technology, financial technology, fintech, we saw yesterday, people were talking about the development of fintech in Nigeria, in Kenya, and I'm sure many other countries are going to be that. We must harness these things and see them as opportunities. So there's competition also in mining that come now from, not from the West, also from the East. And the question, of course, is what are we doing as Africans about all of this? Now let's look at what we are doing as a continent. From the government perspective, the spending of research and development by countries in Africa is approximately, on average, 0.4% of GDP. And the global average of allocation is 2.3. So you can see that our governments are not investing seriously in research and development. And if this continues to be the case, then the future that I've just pointed may be difficult to actually benefit from. Egypt and South Africa are the ones that still are. There was, I think, South Africa stopped only during the time of President Mbeki to have 1% of the GDP. So now it can be seen as close to that 1% in current world. And those are the ones, what call that now lead in terms of investment, Egypt and South Africa. And then, of course, there's also sporadic investments in Tunisia and Morocco as well. Now, coming to the research chairs. What are we going to do as research chairs? This is the picture of the research chairs at the moment, as you can see. There are 10 research chairs in the continent, mostly in the southern part of the continent. And these are the 3 research themes where these chairs are operating. Basically, there is a certain amount of human health, including public health, that is in the, the majority of it is environment. And then also there's food security and food safety. Now, I think for me, when I look at this picture, the first thing is, how far as OR Tambo are we from the exploitation of the natural resources that I've just painted? What opportunities do we have in these research chairs? Because we cannot have so much natural resources, but we are asking other people to beneficiate them, to exploit them, to develop them. So when we look at these research chairs, what do we see? We're dealing with food security, environment, and partly with human health. And what is interesting about the human health part is that the one part is in Burkina Faso, the other part is in Uganda. Quite distance apart. At least when you go to the environment, you can see there's a cluster of environment where they can actually harness their resources and work together cooperatively there to maximize whatever. But when it comes to human health and food insecurity, they're far apart. So they probably even they can reach themselves online. So I think these are things, but for me the critical thing is the way they are now, how far are we really about the real thing in the continent, which is our natural resources? How far are we to even touching them? Everything to do with our natural resources is managed and developed by other people who are not Africans. So we need to think about that. Now, the future is about ownership. The coming future of automation, artificial intelligence, is about ownership. And that ownership is ownership of assets and data. Because the fourth industrial revolution, which is driven by the Internet of Things and Internet of People and blockchain, is going to basically harness what call assets and data in a way that it has no boundaries. There will be no boundaries in capitalism of the future. So Africa has assets, but not owning them. We don't even have the data. Data about Africa is owned by other people. So we need to think in the chairs about ownership of things. No, we're not just doing things, we need to think about ownership of things. The future is about innovation, it's about beneficiation, it's about manufacture. That's one thing that Africans need to do, is to increase our manufacturing capacity. And the chairs, I think, need to look at things. Let me move very fast because there is a question of time as well. So my view is that as African scientists, we cannot continue with normal science. Normal science is the kind of science that is producing quantity of papers in a multiplicity of journals. That is normal science. We need to think about our outputs as intellectual property, protected intellectual property. That should be our, and I think as scientists, we need to stand up and tell the university authorities that, listen, stop managing the promotion of people by their publications, which probably are not quoted by anybody. Let's now also include IP in promotion seriously. So I think that needs to be done. I also don't think that we need to continue doing things that other people are doing, because that's one, especially in my area of science, is the biological science. There's kind of a fashion. So everybody is now looking at a particular paradigm. So everybody will go and do research in that, because that's what everybody is doing. I don't think that as Africans we must do that. What we need to do as Africans is to look what has already been done and see how we can exploit that. So the data that has already been there, let us collect that data and see how we can make use of that data. And instead of wasting time collecting the data which other people are collecting anyway, or they've already collected. So we need to look at leapfrogging. The fintech people, the ones like Pesa that was mentioned yesterday, and also in those are leapfrogging, what you call, because people, they saw that money is now being exchanged in different ways, so they put in immediately mobile money. You see what I mean? And leapfrogging from what has already been done by other people. So that's where Africans, I think, we need to be. In moving forward, we need to leapfrog. Get what is already produced by people and make use of it without having to spend time doing that. We need to build innovation platforms. If we're talking about innovation, we need to have the structural arrangements for them. You can't just think about innovation. Innovation is not something that is random. It must be intentional. So if you are talking about innovation, you must also have the right infrastructure, the right arrangements, administrative arrangements and so on, to actually innovate. It must not be just something that individuals are talking about. People need to work in platforms. And then entrepreneurship needs to be a standard business in our research. So I've been preaching also in South Africa, same thing, that all universities, especially in South Africa, what you call the TVET colleges, or technology colleges, they need to have accelerators attached to them. Every university should have accelerators attached to them. I don't know if people, I don't have the time to explain what accelerators are, as opposed to incubators. This is the normal thing, everybody's putting incubators. But accelerators are much more productive and assured. And what called young people will be encouraged by them if we have accelerators. So as our graduates leave, if they've got ideas, business ideas, they can be put in an accelerator immediately, which can last 6 to 8 to a year, and then they start with their business on themselves through accelerators. So I think the same we can do in ORTARChI, that especially if you're in a regional area, there's so many of you like we have in the southern part of Africa, then you can actually have a unified accelerator in that region. And knowing that all your graduates who've got business ideas can be accelerated in those accelerators. And then that also gives opportunities for industry to participate, because accelerators are actually driven by industrial partners. And I mean, the China and India were very good countries that actually benefited from that kind of practice. So I think that as African scientists, we need to change the mindset. We cannot be bystanders when it comes to policy, and we're just accepting whatever the politicians. And I'm sure, I hope people listened to the minister yesterday when she spoke, because she was basically saying that. That's why I was just so impressed by what she was saying, because she is saying that the politicians don't know. You don't assume that they know. Talk to them. The only way we can do that is if, as scientists, we have a lobby in parliaments. We should actually demand as ORTARChI or as ORTARChI, we've got a standing item in the AU to present the state of science in the continent. We should actually force the AU to put the ORTARChI chairs as a standing item in their meetings to hear what African scientists are saying about the state of science and innovation in the continent. So, and this is not going to happen, it's not going to happen on its own. And I think that the ORTARChI is the right platform to do this. You can do this as ORTARChI and force the politicians to listen to what we have to say. So basically I'm saying that scientists cannot afford to be apolitical, because everything that you do is controlled by politics. If you become apolitical, you're just going to be tools for other people. So as I'm concluding, I just wanted to share this what's called a publication. By these are Africans some of the colleagues come from Ghana and one in the United Kingdom. They're Africans in Africa and the continent. And they're asking the question, the race for critical minerals in Africa, is it a blessing or another curse? This is the critical question that we should all be considering as African scientists. To say, where are we? What is our role in this curse, if it is a curse? If it's a blessing, how are we making, taking the opportunities? And there is this map from the same article, and it's showing basically sub-Saharan Africa. And sub-Saharan Africa is seen as a symbol of poverty, of all the ills, basically. Everything that's bad is associated with sub-Saharan Africa. But look at the map. Clearly, the map shows that sub-Saharan Africa is neither poor nor weak. Because if you look at the human capacity that is there and the resilience of the people, in spite of everything, the people in sub-Saharan Africa have survived and they stand upright. So it's neither poor nor weak. We just need to harness what we have got. And let me note, because there's no longer time, these are items that are coming from that article showing the ecological impact of lithium making. You know that lithium is big now in driving the current fourth industrial revolution, but it's eroding African ecosystems and ecology. We as African scientists, what are we doing? So maybe we've got opportunities with environmental outcome. So in conclusion, I want to say that it is time to accelerate our leapfrogging talents. Because the countries like Nigeria and Kenya, and I think here also in Uganda, we saw yesterday when we visited the Innovation Hub, that the talent for leapfrogging is quite substantial. I think we need to harness it and make it and make it our, distinguishing factor that we are good at leapfrogging. That's a very good thing. So we don't waste time with the normal science that other people are doing. And our power lies really on the youth. Youth empowerment is the most important thing for the continent. It is the future of the continent. If we can just invest, and even if our graduates don't have jobs for now, give them skills and accelerate them to make them job makers instead of job seekers. That is where our youth should be. And I think that let us start researching on our resources. Let's not leave our resources to external hands. Let us be upfront and hands-on with our resources. Because at the moment we are standing by and we are looking at other people doing things to our resources. We need to start focusing on them. So our research should be on them. So those companies who are doing a lithium, environmental impact, they are starting somewhere. But we need to go further and start beneficiating and also stopping the flight of our natural resources, start manufacturing and beneficiating within the continent. So our research should be around those things as well. The ORTARChI chairs should be a nucleus, because we said that the ORTARChis are catalytic. There should be a nucleus for the spread of ORTARChI-driven research. They should not be confined to where they are now, as I showed in the map. They should actually, through collaborations, they should extend beyond those borders so that more and more people, even if they are not awarded the chairs yet, that they can participate through collaboration. I think that is what was hoped in the first place. So there should be a nucleus, and a nucleus, we know, those who are in chemistry, nucleation centers are very important to expand things. So, and I think also lastly that scientists should be socially aware and socially active. At the moment, we may be aware, but we are not active. But in fact, we resist awareness. So with those few words, I'm sorry I've taken longer, but I'd like to thank you very much for listening. We can start with the discussions now with the chairs. Thank you. So, as facilitator, I don't know how the chairs, because I had hoped yesterday we would have a discussion to strategize about how we're going to do this. We did manage to do that. But I think it's only fair that we give you time to present, all of you, while we listen, to present your statements, and then we open discussion after that. People will take notes. And I would request Prof. Hulda Swai to start, because, please go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I'm Professor Hulda Swai, a nanoscientist from Nelson Mandela Institution of Science and Technology. My project is on applying nanoscience and ferroid technology to enhance anti-malaria drugs, of course, to enhance and develop actually new anti-malaria drugs, also development to optimize biofertilizer and biopesticides. This also goes with building human capacity in nanoscience, which hardly exists. So what is the most transformative aspect of my chair? So when I got the chair, the chairship, I realized that nanoscience was not actually, was hardly taught, and we didn't have infrastructure laboratory-wise. So how are we going to do nanoscience research without laboratory infrastructure? But luckily, I had a huge network because I worked in South Africa for 16 years before. So I launched the ORTARChI and invited all my networks. And luckily, they were all very excited to be part of the ORTARChI, and they promised to open their labs free of charge. Some of them, they even offered scholarship, mentorship, and also supervision. And as such, today I have 10 networks around the continent, from Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa. In South Africa, we have actually quite a number of them: UWC, Rhodes, Northwest University. In Kenya, we've got Cambridge, we've got Mintech as well. And in Tanzania, we have got Ifakara and many other in Tanzania as well. So with that kind of experts in the field working with me, we were able to train 3 postdocs, 5 PhDs, and 6 MScs. And they all had exchange programs in South Africa or in Kenya, and some of them up to 6 months. So they came back, especially the master's students, they came back very excited, telling me new things about nanoscience, and this was very rewarding indeed. And another also very exciting thing is that Nelson Mandela, through the HIT program, managed to purchase the core equipment for nanoscience lab. So we'll soon have the equipment are on the way, so we'll soon have a nanoscience lab. This will be the first one in Tanzania, and we'll be able to actually attract other nanoscientists who are interested, especially the young ones. They're very keen on nanoscience because it's an emerging technology, and for young people, they want something new, something they can innovate. So what did I do on transformative research outcomes? So I looked at quinine. Quinine has never failed into resistance for centuries. But the only problem with quinine is that it's toxic. At MIC level, most of the time, it's toxic. So people are only given quinine as a last resort. So I wanted to see how nanoscience can make quinine efficacy, improve the efficacy of quinine, but at the same time, make it less toxic. So we encapsulated quinine with a test net, and this was done in UWC, and the research now is going through in vivo. In vitro results were very exciting, and then even the initial in vivo is also quite good. Also, we had ferroid encapsulation with astromycin, which is now going phase 1. We also encapsulated curcumin and quinine through a loaded nano carrier to cross the BBB for cerebral malaria. Then the 4th one is that we we're developing an ultra-sensitive rapid diagnostic kit with Mintech. And this will be like a personalized kit which you can work with it. Because in Tanzania, especially in Dar es Salaam, when you wake up and you don't feel good, you quickly take anti-malaria without being tested. We all do that actually. But now if you have got that kit, you quickly test yourself first, and if it's not malaria, then you can now go to the doctor and see what it is. So this is actually what causes resistance, because anti-malarias are taken at will without any tests. And also, then we've got nano-biofertilizer and biopesticides, which is going through field trials. And another very exciting thing is that we've got a phase 1 clinical trial of 3 computational drugs developed in collaboration with indigenous knowledge custodian. This to me is very exciting because the indigenous people are treating malaria, but the drug they're using, or the mode of drug they're using, is not commercializable. So we're driving science. We're driving science to this knowledge which is already there. And I've got a computational scientist who is a postdoc with me, Daniel, there. You can talk to him later. So he has helped us to come up with 3 anti-malaria drugs, which were already being used anyway. But we have to take them to phase 1 clinical trial, we were told, just to make sure everything is okay, then they'll be commercialized. So we'll come up with a product. And it's exciting that this research is coming up with products and not only papers. However, also, we have papers, 10 publication, because it's a requirement in Nelson Mandela. You cannot graduate without publishing. So, yeah, we've got the 10 publication. And we've also developed industrial links, like with iPhytos, BioFar, and Ferroid Cluster in South Africa. And also Novartis in Switzerland. One of our master's students went to Novartis for 6 months. So that was also quite exciting. So in Nelson Mandela, nanoscience is now highly prescribed. I used to get 1-2 students before the ORTARChI, but I'm getting up to 12 students. And for example, this year, 6 of them are doing actual research in nanoscience. And that means exchange programs, that means supervision. So it's quite busy indeed. But these are very excited students and they really want to do science. So I'm there for them, although it's not easy. So now I'm going to challenge in impactful research and how did I overcome it. So first of all, working with traditional healers is not easy because they have been misused in the past. People would come and take their knowledge and promise to share whatever comes, and then they disappear. So the problem of trust was there, so we had to convince them. And I realized that some countries like Ethiopia, they've actually got a framework where the traditional healers can sign with the scientists and work together and share whatever comes through the product. So I think that's what we are going to work on next, because in Tanzania, of course, like the Maasai tribes, we hardly see anybody in the hospital. So are they not sick? Of course, they're sick, but they're using indigenous knowledge therapies. So that's what we're going to venture into and drive science into those traditional therapies and bring them into commercializable aspect. most of the drugs in malaria are failing, so it's not difficult to show the impact. So with nanoscience, we can actually encapsulate up to 2 to 3 drugs in one nanocarrier. And that means you're coming up with a new drug or a new treatment. So that has been possible, and we're going through in vivo, and there's one which is going through phase 1 clinical trials. So this is a quick way of getting new drugs in the market. Otherwise, if you use the traditional method, it can take 15 years. So, as I said earlier on, bridging traditional knowledge with computational techniques and nanomedicine dramatically reduce the time to market, and natural pharmaceutical products can be now commercialized, which is African-driven solutions. So this is the kind of solution whereby we don't need the Western to assist us. We've got the knowledge. It's just to put it into a stage where it can be commercializable. So what is the role of the ORTARChI shaping the global knowledge system? I'm excited to tell you that we have been recognized by CDC Africa, and I was invited actually to Durban last week. They had a conference where they were looking into new therapy for new diseases which might emerge, and they were looking also into natural pharmaceutical molecules, which most of the time are insoluble in vivo, but when in vitro, but when they go to in vivo stage, we don't see them in the bloodstream. So they heard that nanoscience can make it possible with a size of the nanocarrier which can cross all the biological barrier, including the epithelial wall. So they invited me to Durban, and I presented how I can assist the Center of Excellence they're going to form. They promised to form Center of Excellence, especially on new natural pharmaceutical molecules and repurposing of drugs. And nanoscience will be part of that, those Center of Excellence. So that was exciting. Also, last time CREPAT were here, Bashenges from Congo presented on cancer cure. But that cancer cure involves taking 15 tablets a day. Can you imagine somebody who is already sick of malaria, of cancer? You are now giving them 15 tablets a day. So when he heard about nanoscience, he came and they invited us to Congo to explain how that is done. And even the minister came, because this cancer cure is very important, but people cannot take that kind of drugs for 3 months. And most of them, they will take for 1 month and they stop, and then the cancer come back. And then it's just quite frustrating. So we were invited, and we presented that nanoscience can reduce dose and dose frequency, increase the half-life, and of course lessen the drug burden. So we'll be working with them, and the CDC is also interested to fund that kind of project. So that's some good news. So lesson learned for future ORTARChI cohort. One need to invest on network and collaboration intensively. There's no way you can work on your own. As you are talking of leapfrogging, we need, especially in South Africa, people are very far in nanoscience, of course also in Europe. So we need to get in touch, to get to network with these kind of scientists and train our people. Our young ones are very excited and very ready to absorb new technologies, but what they need is maybe some funding, some scholarship, and that's what ORTARChI did for us, so which we are very thankful that we were able to expose our young ones to nanoscience. Finally, another lesson was police mainstreaming is slow, but we are pushing ahead. And I think that's my last comment. I'll wait for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Swai. Thanks. And colleagues, because this is sessions about impact. So the way I'm proposing we do it is I allow our colleagues to make their statements, and then I would like colleagues from the audience after that to make their own statements about what's their gut feeling. I would like the audience to tell us what's your gut feeling. You heard the report yesterday, the evaluation report, and you are hearing the colleagues are here now. We're talking about impact. And I hope that we realize what impact really is. In this case, impact is innovation, it's commercialization, but it's also policy. It would be interesting to find out. We heard yesterday there was some policy interactions between the chairs and whatever, but we don't know at what level of policy interactions did they actually manage to change any policy. Because that's what I'm saying basically is here that, what I'm saying is that our scientists should be actively part of policy making that concerns them. So it would be nice to hear from the audience, what's your gut feeling when you're listening to all of this, taking also into context yesterday. So now I'm going to request Prof. Meyer. I'm sorry, Prof. Meyer, you know I was attracted to start with the lady. Now, I should have started with the queue, basically. So let's regain the queue. So I give you the opportunity now.
Thank you, Prof. So in terms of impact, I've only been a chair formally for a couple of months, but so for me, I think the way I view this is there are aspects of the trainees, just being able to have the funding support to train the next generation. But there's also the important aspect of the specific research that I do around infectious diseases. And it was good to look at that map to see what those specific areas are. And my colleague from Burkina Faso, is obviously looking at the other aspect of human health. I think the ORTARChI initiative and program for me has been able to provide the opportunity to train the next generation. And we just selected 7 trainees who are, with a start date of November 1st. So that's going to start. They're on different parts of their training, masters. As part of my application, I recall noting that there were, when people complete their master's degrees here, and maybe, I'm not sure about other fields, but particularly in health-related fields, there's always that gap between completing your master's degree and sort of the next step of your career path. And I know that if people choose to go down the path of academia, that would sort of be a PhD. If they do not, they will sort of default to going into clinical practice. There's nothing wrong with clinical practice, but I think this is the reason why you invest in people doing research, answering specific questions that would have impact, societal impact. And so one of the areas we identified is that we need to find that group of individuals who have just completed their masters and are sort of in that bridge area between completing a master's and then the next step of their career progression. And so that is a group that needs training around research. It's a group that needs, to find a path for what they want to do. I'm very passionate about, from the clinician standpoint, that intersection between somebody being a clinician and the basic sciences. I think if you think about Africa in the context of the broader context of why, for instance, we do not have enough drug discovery programs, is partly because there's just been this huge divide between you are down the clinician pathway, you are down the basic science pathway. But there's never, was that holding hands? Yesterday we talked about, the minister I think talked about holding hands. There hasn't really been that area or that group of individuals who are sort of holding hands from the clinical side, the basic science side. So there's very limited capacity for that. Because I think if you think about vaccines or drug discovery, I think there has to be training. Probably it might be easier from the individuals who have clinical skills, clinical skill set, clinical qualification, sort of learning what the basic science aspects are and not just ignoring them. And then getting to a place where they can do research in the basic sciences, but it's then translated back to the clinical side of things. So for me, I think in terms of my research chair, that's one thing that I hope that I will be able to just integrate as part of trainees. So if you think about impact, I believe that will have impact. And so as we increasingly have more people become trained to be clinician scientists, I think that there will be opportunity then to bridge that gap between being a clinician and being a basic scientist, and therefore spur discovery. And I know yesterday the minister talked about how scientists need to learn about there's a knowledge economy, but yes, there's also the commercialization. And I hope that as we train more people to become clinician scientists, that there will be opportunities to either work with industry, but also, think about drug discovery and maybe vaccine discovery as well. The other, what was the other question? Let me look at that. The challenges, right, I think was one question. I think in the conversations that we've had, even not just this morning with the DVC AA, I think part of the challenge, I think, is that we are just, let me speak for Makerere, this is sort of the first time where we're engaging with the Research Chair Initiative. And I probably also haven't done a very good job of selling this. I know yesterday when we had the interactive workshop with Jive Media, I think the need for me as a research chair to engage with the professionals, so communications staff in the university, because I think part of the success of the Research Chair Initiative, and particularly for Makerere, will have to come from how do you sell this? How do you sell this as a model, not just for, the ORTARChI specific program, but how do we sell it into other research funding programs that we have in Uganda? Because I think it is a very good model, but I need to do a better job of selling that. So the challenge has partly been because, getting the information out there and yet thinking that I will not engage with the professionals that can do a better job about selling the initiative, I think, to not just university leadership, but certainly to other partners like I know the SGC already knows about it, but I think creating those partnerships to strengthen the program and strengthen just, having the information out there about this particular model that could potentially then attract other funding. In terms of so just going back a bit maybe to the research impact, some of the work we've been doing, this morning while meeting the DVC, she had given me a call a couple of months ago about a young man who is, he's a son to one of the staff in the university. And this young man had tuberculous meningitis. And, that's sort of the area where we're doing research. Near-death experience. But then they remembered there was a clinical trial that we were doing around, it was mostly about, can you increase the dose of one of the drugs that is used in the combination? And they had heard about the trial going on in the teaching hospital. And so when she gave me a call and said, can we refer this young man to participate in the trial? Anyway, long story short, the young man did well. He survived. This is a disease that already has 40 to 50% mortality. So the young man did well. It's been a couple of months now, but he is improving gradually. And for me, I think that story alone, I think, is an indication of what the platform of research can do, the impact that it can have, in society, just in terms of saving lives. Hopefully that young man or whoever is involved with that young man's health will have learned something about this disease. They will have been placed in a position where they could help, I think, other individuals in society or talk to other people in society about this particular infection. And if we as ORTARChI, and particularly my chair, is able to just do public engagement, and the way we were talking about this yesterday, the dissemination of the results that we were just saying that for this particular trial, that paper has just been accepted in, very high impact journal, New England Journal. But how do we get what is going to be published in the New England Journal to the communities here around and the communities in Africa? And so I think the beauty of the program is, again, like Jive Media, we had that conversation yesterday. How do we get to, to just have what we are doing in science sort of be communicated to our communities in order to create impact. Yeah. So I think for me, those are the key things. And of course, I'm happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mayor. So now I'm going to request Prof. Stephen, to make your statement.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Thank you for this opportunity to share our experience at the Edward Mondlane University. But first of all, I would like to also make a very important note saying that I was particularly touched yesterday by the speech of the Honorable Minister when she challenged us to go beyond the traditional research, just to publish, to get promoted, and advance our career, but to contribute to the development of our communities. I think Oliver Tambo, when he was talking about the Africans solving their problems, it was at this level of thinking, actually, that we should be conducting our research, actually, to bring impact to our communities. When we submitted the proposal for our research chair, the main bet was to establish a multidisciplinary research team to support the climate change adaptation and resilience building at our communities. Do not live in disciplines. They have to solve the problems of all disciplines every day. My background is forest science, and after several years of going to communities, trying to solve forestry problems, and when you talk to the people, people will say, but our priority is crop production. And then you go back to the university and you tell your fellow colleagues from the crop science, well, there's a crop science issue in that community. And when they go there, they will say, but now our priority is access to water. It's the dry zone here. And you send the water people, when they go there, they will say, but our priority actually is we are having several droughts, recurrent droughts. So we learned that by working in silos, we won't be able to solve the community problems. So that's why we came up with this idea to build this multidisciplinary research team to break the silos and establish a system thinking. And our research chair is about ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change in arid zones. We also established right at the beginning of the project the communication strategy, understanding that while research is mainly about producing papers and publishing, it was also important actually to communicate properly the results of this research to be able to provoke the impact that we promised to bring to our communities. And very recently, we enforced this communication strategy by establishing another work package to enforce the science communication by establishing a think tank to support the communication to policy decision, in which we are kind of bridging between science and policy communication. We were able to participate in a high-level process, such as supporting the government of Mozambique in climate change events, including the COPs, the Conference of Parts of the Climate Change Convention, the supporting of the African Union champion in disaster risk reduction, which is the Mozambican president within the African Union. We supported the national climate change policy development, including the development and drafting of the national adaptation plans, the local adaptation plans, the NDCs, or the nationally determined contributions within the Paris Agreement. And presently, we are also contributing to the revision of the environmental policy together with our partners from the University of Pretoria. We were asked by the government of Malawi to support them to include the biodiversity and ecosystem component in their NDC 3.0. And we are doing this with proud. And we were also part of we were invited to peer review the guidelines for the preparation of NAP, or the National Adaptation Plans, by the Climate Change Adaptation Secretariat in Bonn. We were invited to speak as keynote speakers in important events like the African Crop Science Conference, the Africa Climate Talks to discuss the just transition, the Edward Mondlane Science Conference to discuss the 50 years research in Mozambique, and the discussion within the civil society about the carbon markets that are emerging in Mozambique presently. We were also able to expand our network. For instance, we were able to be part of the ARA, which is the Adaptation Research Alliance, which is an alliance of least developed countries' universities, to be able to improve their capacity to conduct research to support climate change adaptation. We also part of the Erasmus academic global mobility with European universities. And with the facilitation of the NRF and the Department of Science and Innovation from South Africa, we also signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Venda, and we have just submitted a proposal to NRF for university training initiative that is being funded by NRF in South Africa. We have published books, book chapters, policy briefs, and journal articles. And we were also invited as associate editors of international journals, including the African Scientific, the Southern Forests, and Carbon Balance and Management. We, after looking at what we have done so far and to what we would like to do with the vision of Oliver Tambo, we have still some challenges. And one of them is to consolidate the multidisciplinary research team because system thinking is complex, and researchers, they are more comfortable in their disciplines, and breaking the silos is still a challenge. We still have a challenge to improve communication with science to policy, for instance. We have a new government that took office recently this January. And all the work that we have done with the previous government, we have to redo it again and re-establish the communication with the new directors, with the new ministers, and so on. And as we approach the end of this cycle, we see that there are still even more challenges ahead, and we are looking forward on the real possibilities to extend the period for our students to complete their thesis and create the impact in the communities where we are working. Thank you.
Very much, Prof. Situe. And now I'm going to call upon Prof. Ngistu. A statement.
Hello, good morning. Is the sound okay? All right, thank you. My name is Mangistu Sudu. I'm based at Botswana International University of Science and Technology. My research chair is basically on climate change adaptation in water, livestock, and vegetation resources. So today I want to give you a general overview of what we have been doing in terms of 4 impact pillars of ORTARChI, Africa Research Chair. and then address some of the opportunities and challenges we came across in this process. I believe there are 4 impact pillars of ORTARChI. One is science. In this regard, knowledge, advancing knowledge and research excellence is one of the key areas. In ORTARChI based at BEAST, we are focused in 3 major areas as defined initially in the proposal, which is hydrometric and water security, vegetation, livestock, climate interaction. We also look at applied and regional studies related with land use, land cover change, impact of this in hydrology, and so on. And we also look at modeling and remote sensing that links atmospheric process with surface hydrology and ecosystem changes. So these are the key defined objectives of the ORTARChI are defined early in 2020. But since then, we also expanded our research into vector-borne diseases, which is affected by climate change, which was not initially planned. In terms of capacity building, in this regard, we are looking at developing human and institutional capacity. And we made several achievements in this regard. Graduate training, for instance. So far, we have 5 MSc. 2 of them have already finished, 11 full-time PhD, and 3 visiting PhD, 5 postdocs. 2 of these are currently active. And we have also mentoring junior scientists, early care researchers at the lecturer levels. These are about 5 of them. And in fact, ORTARChI is at BEAST is a multidisciplinary science, so I'm not the only one. There are also senior staffs that are involved in this project in different sectors. So we have about 5 of them, locally and regionally. In institutional development, as I said, we are involved with several senior researchers in this project across Botswana and sub-Saharan Africa. Local contextualization involves really relevant research that is critical for Botswana. For instance, we dealt with modeling Gaborone Dam catchment area, which supplies water to the Gaborone city. Tool development, regarding capacity development, we developed climate modeling and drought assessment tools, which is actually implemented now in Department of Meteorological Service agencies. And the tool is developed by the research team, but because of lack of skills in this regard, we have to do a training workshop, and we are able to train the critical number of staff at Department of Meteorology. The third area, which I say key impact pillar areas of ORTARChI, is stakeholder and operational engagement, basically linking research to practice. In this regard, our research are highly applied, involving drought, flood, and surface water modeling, water security, including water quality from satellite, as well as modeling. And then we are also involved in looking at disaster risk reduction in terms of different factors. Operational integration, well, what we did is we are able to really translate our research output in a way that can be usable by our stakeholders. That involves Department of Water and Sanitation, Water Utility Corporation, as well as Department of Meteorological Services. So we are engaged with them, and some of the tools that involves reprocessing of some international forecasts from, for instance, European Center for Medium Weather Forecast is processed in Botswana as a result of the tools that we have developed. And also, we have also designed prototype drought early warning system, co-designed with these three national institutions. And at this stage, we have already finished the back end of the distributed support system. What we are waiting is the front end, which is given to a company that is working to develop the front end for our end user. Capacity transfer, in that regard, we have a number of workshops in the country, both dealing with the community as well as with extension workers, staff at meteorology, staff at Water Utility Corporation, and Department of Water and Sanitation. That has been achieved. Policy and adaptation impact, in this case, to strengthen climate resilience. In this regard, our research are highly relevant, which speak to adaptation options and policy potential. The work we have done as direct policy integration, which is emerging, and groundwork is already established, and we need to take up some initiative to really reflect it in the policy and guidelines of the government. To support these 4 key areas of impact pillars of ORTARChI, we did create partnership and networking with our regional and international organizations. In this regard, we have acquired 2 big grants. One is involving 6 universities in Africa for inter-African mobility. In that regard, I actually trained already about 2 PhD and 1 master's program from outside Botswana. And we have also acquired additional projects which highly aligned with the water sector of ORTARChI project, funded by the German Ministry of Energy and Science, which is about 2 million. And this involves a number of research institutions in Germany, universities and operational, like the German Weather Service, and also university in South Africa from Stellenbosch, university in Namibia are involved. I'm actually the coordinator of, South Africa coordinator of this project, while the main PI is based in Germany. So we have done a lot of work in this regard, and when it comes to the transformative aspect of ORTARChI chair, what I would say is we are able to produce scientifically relevant work in terms of publication, but not only in terms of number of publications, but in terms of relevant to the society. It directly addresses societal impact in hydrometeorology, precipitation extremes, vegetation livestock interaction. Institutionally, we created a sort of a skill because we are training a number of staff as well as graduate students and supporting senior staffs working across interdisciplinary. So this is really a milestone in that regard. When it comes to challenges, we have challenges. For instance, bridging the research with practice is a challenge because of several reasons. One is most of this work are highly sophisticated and involves some of mathematical models, and the skill that we want to transfer is really too much technical. So direct transfer was a challenge. To overcome this, what we did is in our second project that involves water sector, we adopted to do co-design and co-production of model. So our stakeholders are directly involved in the concept at the beginning, all the way to the implementation of the project that involves Department of Water and Sanitation, Water Utility Corporation, and metrology. In terms of limited technical institutional capacity, we conduct a series of training. It was a challenge, but to overcome that, we conduct training. Other thing is more of a science-based problems, which is related with data gaps, model uncertainty. To overcome this, we have done a number of science exercises that includes bias correction of models and the use of remote sensing data from satellite, from drones, as well as applying, using this data and machine learning to really fill those gaps. So we have done a number of things. Sustainability in multidisciplinary collaboration. The challenge is maintaining consistent collaboration across diverse institutions, and the discipline is, at the beginning, it was very challenging. Some of us are coming from science, climate science background, some are from ecology, and others are from hydrology and so on. And in fact, our team includes also social sciences staff. So when we drafted the concept, it was mainly driven by the ORTARChI chair, but later during implementation, everybody has to contribute. And in that regard, we have a challenge. So we were able to overcome those challenges through structured partnership and continuous shared engagement. I think I'll stop this. If there's a question related with the potential of ORTARChI in transforming the global knowledge gaps, I think I can come back later on if there is a question in that regard. Thank you.
I'm going to call upon Prof. Stephen. I'd request, Prof, if you can, I don't want to single out and pressurize you, but if you can, try and, because we're running short of time, this is allocated until 11. We're already approaching 11. We still have to have discussions. So if you could, please try to be as fast as possible.
Thank you. I'll try as much as possible to present my talk within the shortest possible time. I'm from the Copperbelt University, and our focus for the chair is on the environment and the mining and environmental management. So basically, I want to talk about our achievement as ORTARChI at the Copperbelt University. Then I also talk about the challenges and also what we envisage to be in the future. So what has been our achievement? In terms of institutional infrastructure development, we have actually, first of all, we have completed the office space. And then we have also established a small laboratory, but yet with the state-of-the-art equipment. That is XRIF, AFC, and then some equipment that we use for molecular analysis. Then we also have, in terms of institutional visibility and impact, there is this thing that the chair, there is this capacity that the chair gives you in terms of the ability to talk with the other organizations when you have money. So because of that, we have actually managed to have some kind of strategic collaboration with the institutions like WWF, C4, and also we are actually working very well with Mintech. With the C4 and the WWF, we have leveraged some funding for PhD students, about 2 PhD students. So what I'm trying to say is, you have this power or leverage to talk. Like if an institution approaches you, then you can tell them, look, can we put the funds together, and then we sponsor, for example, a PhD candidate, which I think it's actually a very good plus for us, and this has been happening very well. And then in terms of In terms of mentorship program, also within the, it has also helped to actually improve on the institutional visibility, because if you look at our postdoctoral mentorship program, we have collected, or we've gotten postdoctoral fellows from across the different countries. So we have some from DRC, Cameroon, and currently we are actually getting someone from Ethiopia. And then also from Kenya. So this also is actually giving some kind of ingredient in terms of research and network, because these people are actually coming from different countries and they are also coming with their own network. And in terms of capacity building, we actually have trained about we have already completed about 3 PhD candidates. 2 of them are actually members of staff at the Copperbelt University. And then we are actually we have about 19 or so masters and postgraduate and PhD students that are actually looking at different components within the ORTARChI framework. And then in terms of societal impact, remember our chair is actually focusing on developing ecological models for restoration of mining-generated wastelands in terms of pollution management. So we have actually developed some models which some of the mines houses have already accepted, and we have gone ahead and to develop what we call the implementation plan with some of the mines in Zambia. And in terms of challenges, we actually have what I have observed to be like, for example, a mismatch in terms of expectation between the chair, the members of staff. Some of the members of staff, when we started, we were thinking this ORTARChI thing is like another project which is actually short-lived, like you just do this one of thing and then you are done. But literally they realized that actually this is actually a mentorship program which is supposed to take a bit longer, and it requires a bit of patience. And then the other thing is the mentoring, postdoctoral mentoring program is also a bit of a challenge in terms of competitiveness. If you look at the stipend that we are paying, compared to some of the fellowships that are obtaining in Europe, we are less competitive and attractive for postdocs. So we may be losing some of the postdocs in future. And in terms of vision, we are actually sitting at Copperbelt University, we are actually sitting in the Copperbelt region, where mining is actually the main thing. So we think we can actually take advantage of whatever is happening, be it negative or positive, to actually create what we call the regional center of excellence in environmental risks and remediation studies. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Prof. Sitwe. Prof. Stephen. Colleagues, so this is the important thing. I just want to remind us that really this session is not just a talk shop. We're hoping that there are actionable things that can come out of the discussions. So I'm going to request us as the audience to look at what our gut feeling are, remembering that these are catalytic projects, the ORTARChI. In other words, the output from ORTARChI should be much bigger than the input investment. It should have a multiplier effect. So I would like to request any hands if people want to contribute, and hopefully in your contribution, your gut feeling will be followed, but also your gut feeling about how we can move on more productively. Yes, Dorothy. The thingy.
Thank you very much for the presentations from everyone. I was incessantly taking notes because I'm always gathering so much of what is new that all of the chairs are doing, and it's just so exciting. I had 2 questions. They are all related to all of the chairs, And the one is around this institutional visibility, the institutional embeddedness, the capacity that is there in the institution to recognize that the chair is a long-term investment, but also has the mentoring aspect to it. It is not your everyday research project, and how all the chairs are experiencing your institutional uptake of the idea of a research chair. So that's the first one. And then about the postdoctoral training. So the precarity of the postdoctoral position, and if you think about it also from a continental perspective, is something that comes up quite often. We are in the second phase at the NRF of a project that is looking at postdoctoral training in Africa. All the aspects that you have mentioned, the fact that they don't have permanent positions, you don't know whether you're going to be able to retain them, are all coming out. And I'm wondering whether one is an opportunity. There is an opportunity for the ORTARChI Africa Research Chairs to issue a statement, a study experience, your experience on postdoctoral training as a contribution to this conversation that we are having on postdoctoral training, but also what are the short-term low-hanging fruits that you're able to put together and ask us as funders to support you so that you actually are able to train the postdocs. 2 questions. Sorry, I went a little bit more.
No, that's fine.
Thank
So,
you.
colleagues, obviously we cannot all address these questions because there won't be no time, but it would be nice if there would be volunteers to answer at least one of the questions. There are 2 questions. Who would like to volunteer? Whether on the first one or on the postdoc one. Professor Stephen.
So the first one is on the institution trying to absorb the chair, right? If I get it right.
Yeah, is that correct, Dorothy?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, looking at what is happening like at the Copperbelt University, I would say actually the university is actually absorbing the activities of the chair, because remember the funding does not have anything on infrastructure, but the Copperbelt University has actually put aside some money for the office space. If you came now to the Copperbelt University, you actually find that our office is almost done. And then also the lab space, the university has given us the lab, an opening, a room where we are actually now turning it into a lab. And so I think this is a sign that the chair is slowly being absorbed into the university.
So what would be interesting is, besides the university giving you the standard facilities to operate like any other lab, because the chairs should also allow leveraging of additional funds from the university and from external sources.
Yeah.
Is the university saying, okay, this chair is going to also benefit from postdoctoral fellowships, from bursaries for masters and PhD students or honors? Do they do that? That is also an interesting thing. What I would also like to know is, talking about the support from the universities, do all the universities of the chairs here have fully functional technology transfer offices? We know that Makerere has, we saw yesterday, we heard how it works, but maybe the other 4 chairs can just confirm if you've got the technology transfer office in your universities. Prof.
In Nelson Mandela, we have one, and it is very effective. And we have incubation center, so whatever product one comes through, you can incubate it, and finally, it can be commercialized. Tech transfer is highly encouraged. I want also to answer on the postdoc. Postdoc is an issue. People who can do really product development to the commercialization are postdocs. They're not masters or PhD students, because those are busy with their thesis, busy writing their publication so they can graduate. But postdoc they can settle and actually work on the product development, innovation. So if we are to write a proposal to NRI to fund postdoc, that would be really encouraging for the ORTARChI, so that we can get strong postdocs who can really innovate, incubate products and come up with commercializable products. And that's what
so I want to get, what is the solution that you want for postdocs?
More funding.
More funding
for
more postdocs, or increased funding for postdocs?
Both more postdocs, right. And that to realize that postdocs are the only ones who can actually come up with products, commercializable products, because they are settled. They are not there to write papers and pass or fail. So they are more focused on innovation and product.
Dorothy, does that answer your question about postdocs? Because I think what she's saying is that more postdocs are required. But I thought it was about retention we're talking about. Yeah, it was retention, not just the number of them. Yeah. So how do you, because postdocs get a stipend, does this is not a problem for retention? They don't have medical aid, they don't have anything, they've got nothing. Yeah. So that's why I'm asking, is the problem really, if the problem she's raising is retention, more postdocs are not going to solve the problem of retention. I see there's a hand there from Kawawa.
We have the same issues, for example, at UNZA, where it's very difficult to return postdocs. So what we've done as ORTARChI at UNZA is to try to encourage them, for example, to participate in multiple proposal writing, to attract more funding. That has, I think, has also given them some sort of comfort towards additional funding. But I think the solution still lies in the institution, trying to say we have got dedicated funding to give you, say, 1-2 postdocs. Okay, in that way, then we can also attract staff that would be interested to do postdoc work as well. Thanks.
Right. Yes,
can
please.
I also take the opportunity to contribute? I see, thinking of orientation, I see an opportunity within postdoc pathway in terms of strengthening the research groups. And I think one way of retaining a postdoc, after the postdoc, is funding for that specific postdoc to continue with the research line. Like you have done a postdoc, normally it's a 1 to 2 years, so you have create a product or advance research. But then, with the prospects of funds to actually continue to, with that product or service or that research, like the long-term funding, like 5 years or something like that, funding to retain the postdoc within the institution, because I think that's the challenge. That's my proposal.
Well, I think the main challenge really is that postdoc fellowship is not supposed to be a permanent job. The postdoc is taking that fellowship because they want to become independent researchers. So from the time they come in, their intention is not to stay.
No.
So how do you make sure then that if they stay comfortably? They're not always
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like if you like within your postdoc, you can then have a competitive funds to then lead the research group, or to establish as a professor or something like that.
With a collaboration with you.
Exactly, yeah. Because then you are the mentor, because you are the professor, you have the chair, like then you strengthen the group and you expand your research field through a postdoc, like attracting the postdoc as your, let's say, mentee, but your successor as a professor.
Thank you for that, because I'm actually a good example of how to do that. It's happened to me. A lot of my postdocs always tend to get employment, permanent employment, and some of them in other institutions. But then lately they've had most of my postdocs getting the same, and I encourage them to get permanent position within the same institution, and then we carry on collaborating as a team. So we collaborate with them, but they're no longer, they're independent researchers. So your thing actually can actually work that way. But I do think that postdocs need some kind of safety in their what call, that they're not just there, they have no medical aid, there's no pension, there's nothing. That puts a lot of what call pressure on them to leave. Prof. Mengistu, please.
Thank you. I think I want to add a point on postdoc recruitment and also retention. For instance, in my university, we don't really formally have postdoc in HR structure, and our research directorate has somehow provided a guideline where we can really take in the postdoc as a student, registered as a student, and informally, but work as a postdoc. We have this dispute with HR where they don't consider the postdoc. They have to go through the normal HR process. So recruitment itself takes a lot of time. If I lose a postdoc and then to get the next postdoc, maybe I have to wait for 5 months, 4 months. So that creates a lot of bottleneck in terms of implementing the project. I think we need to really seek some kind of solution in this regard. Maybe NRF can help in really making the case for us in universities. So retention is another factor, because the payment, as my colleague said, the salary is not that great. In recent times, we actually increase the salary because it's really difficult to maintain. So based on the actually the go-ahead signal we got from NRF, we are able to a little bit scale up the salary from what is initially proposed in the proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. So, Dorothy, I think we don't want to stay too much on this point, but what is clear is that there needs to be attention given to the retention of postdocs. It has to do with the security of the job and also the nature of a postdoc. So I think, I don't know how, but quite clearly after this conference, that's something that should be actioned, to look at how postdocs within ORTARChI can be addressed, and clearly interaction with local problems in the institutions and also with government, because some like the stipend, it's like a legislative thing. So maybe there is need to interact with government and also with the institutions. But I don't know, do you still want to dwell on the question of postdocs, or we can look at something else?
No, I want to actually maybe put a call to action for all the chairs. So the one thing that we need is to provide this evidence, the evidence of what your experience with postdoctoral attraction, retention, retaining looks like, so that it can enable us to think quite in a systemic kind of way. It's not just for ORTARChI, it's within the Science Granting Council's initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa. It's the work that we do in the Global Research Council to say, this is the experience of postdoctoral training in Africa from these chairs, and then also not just your experiences, but your thought processes on what could be the ways that we could think of that are innovative, given your institutional structures, given what you want to see your postdocs doing. So I think it's a collaboration. This is an area where there is a real opportunity to collaborate with us as funding agencies so that we can be able to provide even greater depth to the conversation that is taking place on postdoctoral training in Africa. Thanks.
So you will drive the follow-up. So I don't know if there's any questions, but I was curious to hear from Botswana and Mozambique, because they both acting in the space of environment. But in the report that I had, maybe I missed something. I did not hear intimate interaction between the two chairs in the two countries about regional, maybe, environmental issues. Is there any interaction between the chairs? Formal interaction.
Oops. Thank you. This is an issue that we have been discussing since the last meeting in Ouagadougou, actually. I don't think you were here. But in our research group, actually, we have the climatologists who are modeling the climate aspects on the Limpopo Basin. And as you know, Limpopo, it comes all the way from Botswana. And I've been incentivizing them actually to start this talk more formally, because they have been actually modeling the climate impacts on our Limpopo region, including the whole region, including the Botswana. But we don't have formally these linkages between the two institutions. I have the responsibility now to go back and remind my climatologist colleagues to bring this action again to make sure that the two chairs are interlinked, because we also understand and know that the Botswana team is also doing similar work there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking now at the time. Maybe we should cancel tea because it'd be nice to hear more feedback from the audience. Is there any feedback that comes? I can't see. Oh yeah, Prof.
It's actually not a feedback, but a question to shareholders. I just want to find out, in terms of the level of collaboration with the private sector, what would they say is their collaboration with the private sector, specifically if you compare it with the award that gets allocated to them annually? Are they able to leverage funding from the private sector? And if there are challenges, what would be the recommendations? Thank you.
Interactions with the private sector, as opposed to anyone who...
Can you clarify the question? I didn't get...
What are the interactions that the chairs have with the private sector? That is basically what it is that talked about.
Yes, and the leveraging. Are they able
and
to
leveraging
yes,
from the private sector?
From the private sector.
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we are engaging stakeholders from government, and Water Utility Corporation is actually a kind of private company that we are involved in Botswana. And apart from that, we have also really companies that are going to develop, ICT companies that are going to develop our front end for our decision support system. So we have some level of interaction with the private sector as well in Botswana.
So I think what is clear is that the private sector has no commitments to human capacity development. And we were talking about this yesterday with Prof. Mengistu. And I'm saying that this is where also the governments in Africa are shortchanging us. Because if you think about it, a child, by the time they're 5 years, they've already taken almost R1 million from your pocket, or more in some cases. By the time they finish universities, they've taken many, many millions of rands from your own. And you spend so much time and money as individuals in society spending on building human capacity. and then the companies just come and exploit them. It's not fair at all. So there should be, and this is where a scientist should come in, to say, no, it's not, if they're not, because when industry gets involved, they get involved in things that directly affect them in that industry. There is no general commitment to human capacity development. It's left to the citizens, and they just come to take a full, a ready product to exploit. So there should be actually part of the discussion in the academic community that no, there should be a way of forcing industry to be committed to human capacity development and not only come at the level of exploitation. Nehemiah.
Thank you, Prof. I wanted to comment or add to what Rose has said about industry engagement. And I think we should also think about industry engagement or private industry engagement as people that need our services, right? I know of a number of very successful research entities at my university that have very strong ties with industry, and that relationships are built because they do testing for industry. So there's no product that they are delivering to industry, but they are a service provider to industry. And so maybe the chairs must also think that what services do they have that they can provide to industry, that they can charge a fee and make a profit for, and perhaps that could be another angle of procuring funding to serve the chair's needs. But of course, it's years and years of work and relationship building, but I think it is a worthwhile plan. Industry is not just gonna come on board, but through identifying what the challenges are in industry, proposing solutions, and not only proposing those solutions, but offering them directly to industry, that can definitely open a rich reserve of funds, especially in the types of niche areas that I see the chairs are involved in.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is industry, what I'm saying is that industry should be what called forced by law to also contribute to women, in spite, because what you're saying is that we as academics must approach industry and incentivize them and attract them to us. No, it shouldn't be that way. They should have a natural commitment to that. And it can be done in different ways, through taxing and through certain what call arrangements, financial, by the government. Because all the money that goes to research and development comes from the government. Yeah? In South Africa, for instance, I don't know, almost all of it comes from the government. Industry only gets involved when they've got something specific for them that they want. So it should not be like that. But the chairs, of course, should be intentional about leveraging money and interacting with industry, because that intentional means that they need to have structural arrangements. Through chairs, we should see institutes coming out, research institutes coming out. Like I said, we need to have accelerators. We need to have those kind of arrangements to make this interaction possible. Ma'am. Yeah, no, you. Oh, there's no. Okay, that one there. And Sarah.
Good morning, colleagues. So I was wondering, how do the ORTARChI chairs, or how are they already leveraging on existing practices, especially around leveraging of funds? So for example, there's a number of chairs that are very good at leveraging funds in South Africa. So have our chairs tried to interact with those kind of research chairs and have some learnings from them? I think that would also be useful in terms of leveraging of funding. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, I'm answering to Andy Siwe. Can the microphone also move to this side? Oh, there's another question there. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have... okay, thank you. I want to comment on the issue of industry, but also before I do that, I want to direct the question to the chairs, how they are handling issues to do with procurements. How have you navigated the problem of procurement? In most times when we fund research, we find that researchers find a lot of hurdles where they're supposed to be doing procurements, where they're supposed to follow certain procedures, and then always there's a resultant delay of in procurement, sometimes also the cost goes very high. How have you been able to handle that? Then on the issue of industry, I think when I put myself in the private sector shoes, I can only pay if you can provide me with something. I should be giving you money to solve my problem. I shouldn't be giving you money just because maybe they can put the taxes, all that, but really it should be what are you offering to the industry. Some industries will be willing to go into maybe contract research with you. But what are you really offering to the industry? Private sector is about making profit. They have to survive. They have to make the money, pay their workers. They have to pay the taxes. So for them, it is profit. So when you are thinking about private sector, we need to think about what are we offering to them. If I'm a researcher, what am I offering them that is going to make their processes more efficient so they can be able to have a higher turnover and make more money? Or what is it innovative that I'm giving them so they become market leaders in their field?
Okay, so the question really is about leveraging and procurement now. The matter of social responsibilities for companies, I think let's leave it. It can be a debate that during tea time. Let's deal with the matter of leveraging and procurement. If anyone from the chairs who would like to address that, what Andisi were raised about leverage and then what the colleague there said about procurement.
Thank you. In terms of procurement, we obviously are just in the initial stages of starting, to get trainees started. But because my research program is based within, a semi-autonomous institute, a research institute within the university, I think that will hopefully make it easier because there's fewer layers of what one has to go through in terms of procurement. Now, does that take away the opportunity for, building capacity and improving things within the broader university context? I think that's a debate that one can have, but I think the university functions as a unit, and within that unit, there's areas of strength and there's some areas that obviously need to be improved. And so for me, I view this as an opportunity for certain areas, particularly around procurement within the broader university context, to sort of learn from a smaller unit just how things are being run in terms of procurement. So I think it's an opportunity that is presented.
And then the matter of leveraging funds from industry.
Yeah, so can I? Oh.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
No, so very quickly, one of the things that we've done as a research group is set up a platform trial platform. It's essentially the opportunity to be able to look at, have a clinical trial that's running, but is not just limited to the standard of care compared to one drug or one intervention, but it is the standard of care compared to, you can even go up to 6 or 7 different drugs or interventions that you're evaluating for this particular disease entity. And what that has done, just like it happened during COVID, it's opened the opportunity for industry to begin to come to us and say, we have this new compound, we have this new molecule for cryptofungal meningitis. Can you plug it in your platform trial? And so that's, for me, I think that's an opportunity to leverage the funds. We'll be able to do the trials, but at the same time, we'll be able to support trainees who are part of those trials. And I think that's one good way of probably leveraging industry.
So you say one way of leveraging funds is by giving services, providing services.
Correct, and I think that's what Geoffrey was saying.
That's what Nehemiah was also saying, that we leverage funds by providing services. I don't know. Okay, is anyone from the chair who would like to make something about the leveraging? Quickly, please.
In our case, we're leveraging funds through collaboration. For example, the Ifakara Institute of Health is mainly doing phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials actually for all the pharmaceutical industries. So we are collaborating with them, and they are part of ORTARChI consortium. So when we take our products for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, we get reduced price or preferential price because you're a collaborator already. And they are
Thank you, research chairs. Mine is probably not a question, but just some insight, because when I listened through the different submissions by our research chairs, one thing I didn't really get to hear was what did not work, because what is not working, so that we can see how better to calibrate our support. The reason for this is our research chair in Uganda is coming on late. And it will be very useful for us to understand in your system. Of course, the context is different, the fields of science are different, the areas of intervention are different, but there could be some things or some experiences that you probably share with us so that we can see how to calibrate this better. This is one of the most unique funding models of research, and a lot of stakeholders keep asking us about how does this work? What do you see both in the near to short term, what change is going to occur? The second thing is about gender, how integrated, how inclusive, how compliant has been your journey so far? How have you struggled with making your research as evidently gender present, if I may use the word? Because when we are doing research nowadays, this is something that keeps coming up, the issue about inclusivity, issue about engagement, even the fields in which we are doing this research. So mine is just basically a backdrop question about how better can we design our future interventions. Thanks.
So I'm going to request that those two questions about the gender and other one about challenges, we deal with in the next session about reflections. So we just park it for now. The colleagues will still be here with us at that time. They can also answer from the audience. So let's leave it, because there will be a lot of overlapping between the two sessions. This one is impact, and the next one is reflection. So maybe we should park this question and remember it in the next session, which is reflection. Prof. Mame?
Thank you for the opportunity. Firstly, I just want to commend the chairs for the incredible work that they've done thus far. I have two questions. I heard a lot about student supervision, publications, etc., which is great. And I also heard a lot about possible product development, products coming through the pipeline, which is also fantastic. I didn't hear much about protection of intellectual property. I didn't hear much about patents or applications for patents that are perhaps on the way. And I'm wondering how the chairs are protecting intellectual property, seeing that production of possible health products is possible. The second question relates to data protection. Data, we know that is a new currency. particularly in the phase of international collaborations that the chairs are engaging in, which is fantastic. Again, it could only contribute to further advancements. But we know that we are now in the phase of data science, and data sharing, data transfer are topical topics, and balancing that with the needed collaboration is a continuous challenge. This is a serious challenge, particularly in areas that deal with health sciences. Those projects that are now in the clinical trial stages. How are we managing data transfer, data sharing with data legislative tools? I know in South Africa we have POPIA, we have ethics guidelines, but we are continually having to revise all those to keep up with the data science, with machine learning, with data storage guidelines, requirements, but also data theft, which is disadvantaging a lot of research. It's a new thing that institutions are now obligated to form data management strategies, data management structures, and data management systems and operational guidelines. How are our chairs coping with all these advancements? Thank you.
Because of time, I hope you don't mind, because it's a very important question, and I think it also came up even yesterday, the importance of ownership of our things, especially data and assets. And if we asked each chair to address that, we may be in trouble. The evaluation report yesterday gave a rundown of the kind of IP protection that was happening throughout the chairs. So if you don't mind, if we can just park that because of time, and we may reflect again on that when we come in the next session. The matter, those two questions that you're asking about IP protection and ownership and protection of data. Can I take this opportunity to thank the chairs for taking the time and interacting with the colleagues, and I know that there are still many questions that come out of this, but I can only see one actionable thing that needs to come out of this, which is the matter of the postdocs. That is one that is a pressing matter, which I think still it will be important for the chairs to move forward if that can be sorted out. Because human capacity is obviously the most important part of all of this. Without the humans, even with machines that we may have, we won't be able to do anything. So the question of postdocs, I think, needs to be addressed. I see Nana is looking very worried. But I think it's something that needs to be done. Colleagues, thank you so much for the time. Yeah. So let's take tea. I think 15 minutes would be in order. I know Promise is probably really very worried. It's 11:40 now, so maybe we should come back at 12 for the next session. Right. So I need to dismantle my things there. My computer is probably dead now anyway.
But you're coming back for the next session. Oh, but you don't need that.
But I mean, maybe let's leave it. Let's leave it. Who knows? I might. Oh, can I request the chairs that were here to come up for a picture, please? Without the lights, I don't know. Or maybe we can do it when we come back in the next session. Yeah.
Yeah.
in terms of Lusophone Africans, Anglophone Africans, what's the other thing? Francophone Africans. And then we realized just how weird that was. And as we were now deep diving into it, we were in tears because Africans are doing research outside Africa. All of us are interacting with people, but not amongst ourselves. And clearly the chairs were designed to break that. From what I can see, it has not yet been broken. Yeah? It has not yet been broken, and you saw the map. There is clustering of the chairs, but there is no real interaction between these clusters. And the one cluster that is ripe for intimate interaction is Zambia, Mozambique, and Botswana. They have not done that yet. So it's obviously something that is actionable, that needs to be done. And my idea that these chairs should consider looking at forming joint institutes or joint centers of excellence. It is through centers of excellence that we can engage the media, the business sector meaningfully. Now, there is something called the triple helix. And the triple helix, I know colleagues in Ghana have written, published a lot, and also in Asia, there are a lot of publications about the triple helix. I remember we had hosted at UNISA the VC of Botswana University, what was it, West? I can't remember. And he then also talked about the quadruple helix. The triple helix is the interaction between business, industry, and university and academia. When you add the community, it becomes a quadruple helix, UIGC. Now, the helix are ecosystems of interaction, research ecosystems. They are different from just a random kind of research, because in a helix system, the research item is decided jointly by the government, by the university, by the industry, by the community. They meet and sit at a table in a formal arrangement and say, we think this is the priority for our nation that needs to be addressed through research and development and innovation. They agree together in a formal arrangement as a helical structure. And then they talk about how to solve it. So this ecosystem works together from conception all the way to the end of the article. That's what we should also be thinking about. And that kind of thing can happen in a center of excellence or in an institute, because the center of excellence can initiate that and get that ecosystem going, and then the funding will go. So everybody is interested in that. So the industry is interested, government is interested, academia is interested, the community are interested. So I think that the centers of excellence is one way by which we can draw industry, because taxing them is going to involve the government. We can have no role there. We can only talk about it. But we can draw them actively like that. So that would answer the question of industry involvement. So I think those are the three areas of interaction. That are actionable, that we may perhaps take home from this meeting. So I'm going to now request, it's now time for reflection. As I said, the questions about impact also overlap with reflection. So I will request the chairs to take, to try and be quite economical with the time. If each one of you takes 5 minutes, we'll have 40, we'll have an hour. But if you take 10 minutes, we'll have 2 hours to deal with the questions. So I think that let's try to limit to the 5 hours. Address the most important things to reflect on. And I think now you've got a bigger picture. You don't have to reflect on what is in your chair only. Also in the context of what you've had since yesterday, I think it'd be nice to reflect so that you can draw other people who may have missed certain things. What we need really is to go out here with some kind of stimulation when we go from here about what next to do. So I'm going to, where's my program? The first one in the, what call is Prof. Olga, unfortunately is sitting right here. Prof. Olga Lompo. You're going to set the standards then. Please go ahead, Prof.
Okay, thank you. I just introduced and I asked Dr. Samira to speak. And our chair, concerning non-communicable disease, particularly cancer, and its objective is to establish a world-class research program to enhance cancer research in Burkina Faso and across sub-Saharan Africa. And we have action against cancer in for the diagnostic of cancer and for public research. Dr. Samira, who speaks English better, can take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Prof, and thank you for the opportunity to reflect on the question, what next? It's a really important question because we are all hearing about how we have to catch up our delay compared to advanced countries, Western countries. We are lagging behind in terms of industrialization. We are lagging behind in terms of exploiting our own mining systems, in terms of doing agribusiness, and so on and so forth. But do we really reflect on how will this impact our communities and our well-being, our health in general? Because from what we see now, it's the lack of anticipation in terms of disease prevention. Because you can progress, you can work hard, you can be developed only if you are healthy. But if you are building a system that will make your citizen unhealthy, what will be the future for the generation you are nurturing? So I think what next will be, how can we all together, working on different sectors, different issues, have a real roadmap where we build on what we see have happened in industrialized countries, so that we build a future which is preventing us to run into what is happening to them now. We are focusing on cancer. And we know that cancer is now the first cause of death in industrialized countries. They got rid of infectious disease and so on and so forth, and they are struggling now with non-communicable disease. And these non-communicable diseases are mostly due to the lifestyle they have, and also all the mining, the industries, and everything they did, and didn't prevent and mitigate the impact. And we are now sitting, drinking water in plastic bottles. Yet, if we look at, for example, currently in Western countries, they came back to the reusable bottles. They are not using this anymore because they know that this is really lagging micro element in the water and will lead to disease like cancer, for example, in the future. But yet, we all in Africa are now using these in our communities, in our houses. For example, in Burkina Faso, people even drink coffee, hot coffee, in a plastic. Can you imagine that? So what I'm saying is, can we now be more strategic? Thinking ahead, as you said, in terms of thinking about currencies and how to exploit our mind, but thinking about how can we integrate all these, everything we want to advance quickly, to catch up our delay compared to industrialized countries, but yet preventing our community to be at the same level Western countries are now in terms of non-communicable disease. This call on obesity, because we are focusing on AI. People are now stuck with their computer and their tablet, just not doing physical activity, just because they want to catch up, they want to use AI to advance and to be technologically advanced. But what this inactivity has as impact on our health, we are not reflecting that much on that. So to summarize, I think we need to integrate all our knowledges and think more about strategically doing better than the other and learning from their mistakes, not to repeat these mistakes.
Well, I hope that the audience will probably take this into heart and think about the solutions, because I think what is proposed here basically is a strategic roadmap so that we've got a coordinate road moving forward. And from what I can see, that is calling basically for a specific consultation to talk about that strategic roadmap, because I think what Prof is saying is that we've always been led and we're just following. Or, you know, when people said, let's use plastic, now they found that plastic is leaching dangerous things into the food chain and into our bodies. Now they're moving back to reusable stuff, leaving us using the things that they suggested. So we're always following. So I think what Prof is saying is that let's try to break that cycle. Let's have our own roadmap by looking and discussing at what is happening and coming with our own solutions. Am I correct, Prof? Excellent. So is there any other, Prof, that I should ask? Prof Samira Drago, and then Prof Piribu. Prof Piribu.
Thank you for the opportunity. You've heard about the health people, but you know food also affects health. So I'll be talking on food security and specifically quality and safety. All of us here identify with food because we all eat food. But many people think that they know a lot about food. So that's why I'm working on quality enhancement and safety, because that is what affects health and development. Development in the sense that if your food is bad, if you don't present quality food and safe food, it affects food security, it affects public health. And we are working as a team, a very interdisciplinary team. And I'll give you an example of why I say that everybody thinks that they know about food. We go into a community because of indigenous knowledge. They think that their process is the best. So we identify those challenges and come back to the lab, give that to a student to upgrade using modern technical things. So we had this case where a student got into the community, identified with Kenke processes, saw all the challenges, came and designed a motor that will shorten the process time, improve, make the quality constant. And when the processors came back and saw it, they were not only inspired, they were asking, when are we going to buy this equipment? The next thing we heard, and Sharon is sitting across there, was that the engineer who helped us fabricate it called the next morning and said, there are processors here who want to buy that equipment. And we said, hold on, we haven't got there yet. Point is, improving traditional processes. That is what our chair is about, and to ensure safety and quality of the food. But I want to go back onto this postdoc thing because it's influence, it affects this. I mean, it came out from this. We had a postdoc who was hired to work with us on this. 6 weeks into the program, she calls to say, hey, I have another postdoc position on the same campus that is paying her 4 times more than what we can pay her. And so that meant that we lost a postdoc right there. Now, what made it more interesting was that she went and reported for duty there and called to say that they said she should bring a mentor and she's coming to me for her as a mentor. So you see, we're discussing this postdoc thing. I'm just dovetailing for you to see that. It's a challenge. That is actually a big challenge. And so we probably need to think more about it sometime.
Thank you very much. And I think also what is important now, from what you're saying, Prof, is, again, the question of what is food security and food safety. Food security and food safety is really seen from the eyes of the West, not from the African eyes. And it comes also to what Prof. Samira was saying, this sedentary kind of thing, including the junk food that is bad. I was saying to her this morning that when I come to West and East Africa, black people are so slim and you know, good looking. But we in South Africa, where everything that we do is Western, we're eating junk food, we're eating preserved food that comes from faraway countries, vegetables, which as soon as you cook, they flop. Here we eat vegetables that are fresh, and after cooking, they still look very healthy. Our vegetables, once you put them in the pot, they flop. Because they've been preserved in all sorts of things and traveled many distances, many kilometers to come to our shores. And then our youth are sedentary, always sitting and playing with the computers. So I think the question of food safety and security, we need to see from our own eyes as Africans. We have our own traditional ways of safety and security of food. So, but we're always looking standards from the West when we do. I think that's what basically you are saying, that there is need to look at our own way of food, our philosophy behind safety and security. Thank you very much, Prof. So I'm going to request contributions from what is in the Prof. Kawa? Oh, Prof. Bisinzo, sorry, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Maybe I can touch base on the postdoc issue before I
the postdoc issue, even though I stopped it the first time, is still coming up. I thought we had resolved it.
Just very briefly, I think what we have done is to have a thematic postdoc. A postdoc that is cross-cutting, for example. My postdoc is on genomics and bioinformatics. And so he will be cutting across almost many research teams and projects. And so the contribution that comes to him or her in terms of salary becomes an incentive for maintaining the postdoc. But also the university is moving towards not regarding a postdoc as a postgraduate student, but rather a post that is into research and that has a specific direction up the radar. So they will have that feeling of growing. So we were given some guide questions which I would like to reflect upon, and maybe I will start from the last question in terms of form of institutional support that we got from our universities. Right from the start, I think the university has been very supportive to me. I put in an application as an Oliver Tambo Africa Research Chair when I was at the rank of associate professor. The university committed that I'm on a positive trajectory to becoming a full professor in the shortest time possible, and this has been realized within 2 years. So the support that the university gave me, and I also achieved it. I became full professor, and once we become full professor at the university, you are supposed to give the so-called professorial inaugural lecture, so that you are formally invited to the professors club. And my deputy vice chancellor academic is here, Professor Matawala. He always asked me a question whenever I met him in the corridor: where is your professorial inaugural lecture? Because he had done it in 2018. And not so many professors do it because it's not there is no remuneration to do it. So I'm happy that the university gave me the resources, both financial and facilitation. And I did my professorial inaugural lecture in May this year. But also, the ORTARChI demands you to have at least 10 postgraduate students at a time. But if you look at the guidelines and regulations for higher education in most universities, you'll find that the number of postgraduate students that you're allowed to supervise maybe maximum is 5. But this September, the university has revised the regulations, and they've clearly indicated that for research chairs, of course they didn't mention Oliver Tambo research chairs because there will be many chairs in the future, that I'm allowed to supervise 10 students at a time. And when we signed when we were applying, we were asked that we be relieved from teaching at least and get engaged in 80% of our work into research. The university immediately gave me a relief from teaching undergraduate students, and I concentrate on mentoring the postgraduate students. So this is a very good support from the university, but also making me a coordinator for another regional scholarship and innovation fund has made me attract students from across the Lusophone, Francophone, and Anglophone countries. So I have students from Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Kenya, etc. And these students come to the program and they find a baseline that is created there that supports the international students. In terms of interdisciplinary and cross-border collaboration, my chair is, when I put in the application, it was really looking at transboundary animal diseases that affect short cycle animal stocks. I think I can continue, I'm loud, I can increase my body. Yeah. So my chair, okay, it's back. So my chair focused on transboundary animal diseases, short cycle animal stocks like domestic pigs, fish, chickens, goat and sheep that are mainly kept by women and children. But during the review, the direction of the chair changed to be really One Health. And we really operate based on One Health concept, based on the quadripartite agreement between WHO, FAO, World Organization for Animal Health, and UNEP. So we do collaborate across the sectors: public health, veterinary medicine, wildlife medicine, aquaculture, etc. And the design of the chair has 3 research programs, one on genomics and metagenomics, digital and data sciences, but also social sciences and social anthropology. So by the nature of the program, we are allowed, or it gives us an opportunity to collaborate in a multidisciplinary team, but also across the border, because my chair is anchored at the SACIT Foundation for One Health, which is a center that brings together universities and research institutions that deal with animal and public health in Tanzania, DRC, Zambia, Mozambique, and South Africa. So this allows us to really do cross-border collaboration. And one of the example, which is live, where we do really do cross-border collaboration, is with the University of Zambia, when Professor Hangombe was one of the center leaders of a sister center, and we shared even a governing board. So that really gives us an impetus to cross-collaborate across borders. In terms of what I've done in the field, I think there are many things, but I'll pick one thing. We have been working with the FAO to work with domestic pig farmers to reduce the cases of outbreaks of African swine fever. So we have done primary engagement and involved them, because if you take these manuals for controlling African swine fever, most of them are in the settings of the north, or which require really advanced techniques to prevent the incidence of African swine fever, which is a disease of domestic pigs that kills 100% of the pigs. So what do? Our farmers do not have a lot of resources, but also they don't have that knowledge. So we made it very simple by introducing a checklist of 26 things that can be easily implemented with minimal resources. Things like hand washing, things like having a bath before you step in, things like putting a poster that no visitors are allowed without permission. And that has been very successful, and I would say that we have reduced the number of incidences of outbreak of African swine fever in that region by a certain magnitude. And I'll finish with the last question on the most pressing field challenges we have faced. There are many, but let me pick one based on the very nature of the research chair. Our concept is to prevent outbreaks at source, at the community. So we do deploy genomics at communities so that we are able to identify the pathogens, and through that, if you identify the pathogen or if you identify what disease it is, during the first, for example, 7 days, the amount of money or the resources that you put into a response are really very minimized. So for example, we've been able to pinpoint during the first Marburg outbreak in Tanzania within 48 hours. We were able to identify Leptospira in southern part of Tanzania within 24 hours. But the challenge comes when you do this kind of research as a researcher, publish, you remember, publish or perish. You want an output and inform the community, the global community, what you found. But what we find, for example, if you find Marburg, if you find, for example, vaccine-derived poliovirus, if you find any transboundary animal disease, you are not allowed to publish that or announce that until you get endorsement or permission from the responsible ministry, be it Ministry of Livestock or Ministry of Health. So that's the challenge that you really have to work through so that you can get it to the community. So I think for the sake of time, I'll end up here. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Prof. So actually, I think maybe you could start now to answer the question that was posed by Prof. Sikwacha about data management. You were saying that you're collecting genomics data. How is that data managed?
So we do have 2 clusters of data. So for example, we do have data that has to be made public. For example, if it's genetic sequencing data, when you share with the community, the international community, it helps them to determine whether new pathogens are evolving, where there are new variants coming. So that one is scientific citizenship to the global community, because then you provide that data to publicly available database. But we do have also some data that are classified that we engage in our internal meetings, that we keep ourselves. And also this data is kept over years. I'll give an example. If you look at the surveillance that we've been doing, for example, of mosquitoes, we have gone to all the mosquito-borne viral disease-prone areas, sampled in those areas, looked at the diversity of mosquitoes, looked at the potential vectors for the transmission of high consequence or less consequence pathogens. And these data are kept in our own database that so we do keep it for future studies or within our group. For example, if we want to model, for example, when and how maybe Rift Valley fever will occur. So we do go back to these archives, and we understand that this data is, like she said, is the financial resource.
So, Prof, for me, I don't need the detail now, because that's where, again, the problem is with us as Africans and data. Our relationship with data is not assertive. We are not assertive. Remember that most human genomics data in Africa is actually owned overseas and stored and managed overseas, in databases overseas. This is African data. Yeah? It's very critical for our diseases and everything. So, and good initiative has been taken by Africa Biogenome. That one is a continental, what called instrument, with many countries in Africa I know that because the main server is at UNISA. And the reason we wanted the server to be at UNISA is because the servers that AWS and so on that actually manage this actually in the global north. And the global north can basically, we store our data, our African data in servers in global north. They can easily shut us out of our own data. So when we deal with the data like Professor Kwacha was talking about in a very haphazard way that is not jealous about the data, it's a problem. It's a problem, and I think ORTARChI chairs should be thinking about how do you store and manage your data within the continent in servers control. You know, China knows that they long dislocated themselves from servers of the West. They've got their own things. You see what I mean? Africa needs to do that because the world met in South America about 5 years ago, and they declared that genomics data is the gold of the future. And genomic data is very important because it's important in health, it's important in war, it's important. So Africans, we don't care that other people keep our data and they know our genetic, what's called genotypes, and they know all the weaknesses about it without us being part of that. We don't care about that. That's why I'm saying that in a place like this is where we should show our jealousy. Now, from what Prof. Misinza is saying, I don't see jealousy about the data that they're having.
I see the direction you are taking.
We want to own it and keep it and make sure that we manage it ourselves. So all the data that we need to have storage facilities and also processing facilities for them. Yeah,
just a single thing. In terms of human genetic data, I don't do a lot of human genetics and human data myself as the chair, but I sit in the Human DNA Committee of the Ministry of Health. And so you are right. So at the moment, we worked with the Science Granting Council, COSTEC, in the country. And at the Government Chemist Lab Agency, we are creating a database of all the human genomic data from Tanzania. So we understand the sensitivity of what you are talking. And within the country, we have identified servers that could keep all these genetic data. And you are right, because if somebody has your profile, and because Africa richness, like you said, diversity even in genetics is reflected, and so some of the genetics that we have are unique to Africans. And so it's easy for people to target, for example, with a certain medication or any substance to be able to do anything they want. So I agree with you, these initiatives have to continue in order to understand and explore and do research on our own genetics, on our own behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Kwacha, I don't know whether you want to follow up. Now we started answering your question. You happy? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And now maybe Prof. Nathaniel and then Prof. Kawa.
Okay. Thank you. So our chair sits at the intersection between these guys and the market. So we try to see how scientific knowledge and innovation can be converted into products on the market. And as the minister was saying yesterday, that there's a gap in there. So our effort is to try to answer the question, how do you convert scientific products and services to the market? In this case, international market, export market. And our argument is that that link is entrepreneurship. So the big question therefore is, to what extent ordinary entrepreneurs on the street of Africa appreciate the research and innovation that we research into, those things we do? The issues that Professor Salamah was talking about, to what extent does an ordinary entrepreneur in the market of Africa appreciate the importance of not selling food products in plastic. I will use the word that one of our trainee entrepreneurs used. She said, "I don't give a damn about what you are talking about." And you don't have to get angry with that, because she really, really does not give a damn about the hazards posed by plastics, for example. So I think one thing that we need to reflect on as scientists is that we've got to partner with relevant government institutions to go closer to the people who we want to use our scientific products. Because otherwise, I see a big gap between us. You see, there's a case, I think it's one of the cases we show. You see a business person say the product that she sells is beverages in plastic bag. That is her product. She's making money out of it. How dare you go to tell her you've got to stop that? It's not going to happen. So one of the things that we have learned from the field is scientific education of the ordinary business people. So far, I think we have trained 78 of them. So these are people selling variety of products from all walks of life. You will be surprised, some of them selling things like medical products. Then you ask yourself, does she understand the implication that the medical product she's selling on the tabletop? So I think Africa, we have a big problem in terms of how science is appreciated and converted into products and services that we consume. And I don't have the answer now, but I think one of the answers lies with educating business people to appreciate the importance of scientific products. It's a shocking lesson I learned from the field. The extent to which businesses don't care about the implications of the product we sell. So that's one thing that I think we need to reflect on. But the other issue that we need to reflect on is the quality of the science that we produce. We have recognized that many of our postgraduate students do not really care about the originality of their work. I don't know about the rest of you, but what I have seen is that they don't give a damn about the originality of the work. What do they care about? Certificates. The priority is to get a certificate and get out of the university to look for a job. And related to that is the difficulty, I was talking about that yesterday, the difficulty of getting these guys to commit to the scientific journey, which we know is a long journey, right? That calls for a lot of humility and patience. They are not interested in that kind of thing. So I think that we as scientists, we also have a responsibility to educate our students to accept the notion that bad science is as bad as anything you can think about. Because if you put out there a poorly researched, and many times I have here, a poorly communicated research, you are causing more harm than good. And it's scary. I don't know. I keep asking myself, is it because of the way we were educated as children when we were growing up that we don't care about the quality of what we are doing? I don't know. But to your field, but in my field, I had a real problem getting our students to appreciate the fact that what you put on paper must be original. They just don't get it. So Those are the
Thank you, Prof.
issues
I'm going to let Prof. Kawa, before we can engage with you on these important points we're making. Prof. Kawa, go 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. The ORTARChI chair at UNZA focuses on basically water security. We're looking at two very important aspects, the water quality element, mainly due to contamination from mine tailings. Then the other aspect is on the availability of the water. So looking into interbasin water transfer. So moving water from regions that have more water available and not being utilized fully into regions that are more water stress per se. But in as far as perhaps the guiding questions that were given, I want to focus on two important aspects. Number one is the partnerships and collaboration that we are leveraging on as ORTARChI. We've established, after a very long time at the University of Zambia, a state-of-the-art water quality laboratory. This is funding that we leverage on through JICA, and that is supposed to be one of the best labs in Southern Africa with PCR equipment, a lot of different instruments that we could leverage on instead of exporting most of the samples outside the country. Also very important for us is that we've graduated a large number of students from the first batch of ORTARChI. In this last convocation, we had over 14 students that we graduated, mainly funded directly by ORTARChI, of course thanks to leadership of the university for supporting this kind of aspects. And as we speak also, we are also reaching out at a regional level. We've got an ongoing summer school, which also attracted over 50 students across the region, looking into water management, water resources development, and governance issues that go with the way we look at water and water security per se. Now, I want to touch on something which is very intimate to me as well, and this is something to do with the governance of the ORTARChI chairs itself. At the University of Zambia, again through the support of my DVC is here, we were able to get authorization and of course approval that we have a center of excellency that is established at UNZA on water management, which to me is the first level of recognition as being an authority, as having the competencies to be able to address national, regional issues in as far as water is concerned. And we are hosting the chair within that center of excellency. Through that, for us, we see it as a way of growing the chair. We want to also go into infrastructure that will govern how the chair works. Obviously, also drawing more students in as far as the funding is concerned in that sense. But it's a very lonely road to walk if you are a chair, because we still need to short-circuit some of the procurement elements, consumables, for example, to get your lab materials, to get consumers for the students, even just to pay for analytical materials out there. It's very, very difficult because you need to go through vendors and that sort of thing. So hoping as we unpack all these governance aspects at the university, we will see to it that we've got structures that can support implementation of the research activities, to also maybe make it easy for other research-oriented activities that the university is drawing upon in that sense. So with that, I think I want to also to add that we've got very strong government support. The government has been very supportive in that no form of capacity building activity goes on in issues as well to impact that perspective of how water management, water security, water availability issues are being looked at a national level in that way. Let me end there, otherwise I keep talking. So
yeah, thank you very much, Prof. So colleagues, there are many interesting things that have come out of this. and I can remember two that were raised by Prof. Nathaniel. One is the nuances involved in the engagements with business and communities in terms of their offerings. And my gut feeling, and I'm hoping that there is going to be comments and advice from the audience, is that innovation talks for itself. It does not require convincing. So if it's true innovations that we are making, we just need to let them talk for themselves. We don't have to go and what call an invoice. But what you're saying also involves, underline what I was saying about the triple helix, is that from the time the problem is identified, business and the community should be involved, so that by the time you get to the solution, everybody has bought into what you are saying. But true innovation will talk for itself. You won't have to convince anybody. And there may be other views that come from this. And then the other point that you're making is how the students don't care about the quality. This is a problem, I think, everywhere, but it is a serious problem for us in Africa, because it is because of the value that we have attached to what we call education, where we think that the papers are more important than the quality. So students go to universities and wherever to collect papers. They don't go there for any other reason, because we've given them the impression that the papers are passports to job seeking. So the attachment of education to job seeking is a problem. And that's what I was suggesting we start to break, that we teach our students to be job makers and not job seekers. And we can do that through accelerators. And that's why I'm saying that the chairs can also, within their institutions, make sure that there is an attachment of an accelerator, so that their students who finish, if they know what they want to do with their knowledge, they will value the knowledge that they are producing. Now we're given the impression that they just need the paper, and then everything will be sorted after that. So it's something that I think we need to look into. And then the question, of course, I think is Prof. Kawa who's talking about the Center of Excellence from which the chair is operating. And I think this is something we can learn from, about how to navigate that space. So it's an important development within the chairs, I think, but it also gives us opportunities to learn. And then procurement issues are a problem everywhere. So we're talking about that at the table, that maybe through the Center of Excellence, you can find ways of navigating procurement issues which affect all scientists globally in all parts of the world. And then the other thing that you mentioned is the strong government support. So this is unique. When you've got that kind of support, make sure you use it to the maximum. So I think that is, for me, what I can, from your reflections, is the sort of things that we can see and we can learn from. Now, I would like to invite members of the audience to make their contributions based on what we have had. It looks like everybody is happy. We should just go to lunch. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, Prof. I want to ask, from the panel, based on what you've just indicated now, that the focus shouldn't only be on publishing papers, but students must be employment creators. Now, I'm just thinking, is it a realistic expectation? Because I'm thinking that in terms of training, researchers are trained to produce new knowledge. And now, in terms of them now teaching students that will create employment, how is it possible now to transition from that? What are the things that need to be done? Because that's exactly that's supposed to happen. But how possible is it? Thank you so much.
Transitioning. I don't know. Is there anyone who wants to attack? They want me to recap. They were not. Can you please recap what you were saying, Prof? Recap again.
Let me start.
No, I was asking, what are the requirements? What is it that is required to be in place for researchers to produce students that will be employment creators when they leave the education system?
Okay, how do you prepare students for employment?
So
for being job seekers.
Yeah, so
I think that's what we're already doing.
I thought we saw an example of that yesterday very well when we visited the incubation hub, where different students come, bring their innovative ideas, and from that it turns into a product, and they go out as startups. So I think that's a very good example.
But that's preparing them for job making. She's asking, how do you prepare them for job seeking? Ne? That's what you said. How do you prepare them for employment? That's what I heard. I heard the word employment. Okay. So how do you prepare students for job seeking, job making rather than job seeking?
Job making. That's what I said.
That's what you've just said.
Yeah, that's what
now.
I just said.
You need to encourage startups.
Yeah.
But you see, the startups, in that case, would have to come through accelerators. That's why I'm suggesting that every university that's got this intention should have an accelerator attached to that university. So that students who graduate and they come to the accelerator office and say, I've got a nice business idea. I just want to test it. Then that accelerator officer will go and find seed funding and put the students on a training program to prepare them for that. If they pass after 6 months or a year, then they can run on their own. That's what accelerators do. They're different from innovation hubs. Yeah. Innovation incubators, they do not require an idea that already exists. They do not they just require something that you want to try. So what an accelerator is different because it results always in a thriving business. An incubator does not always have to come up with a business. So if you have an accelerator, and an accelerator by its nature involves what you call industry. Because it's the industry that's going to give the seed funding. It's the industry, when the accelerator comes to pitch at the end, the industry will be there. The industry can then say, I like this idea. I can see it's got potential. I want to mentor you. You see what I mean? So through accelerators, you actually engage businesses. That's what I'm saying. If you really want to do that, you must have a formalized accelerator attached with your university to drive the business.
I absolutely agree with your argument. But then I think, the university leaders here, right? Yeah, good. So, so what you are saying is absolutely one viable channel to creating job creators. But then I think our university leaders need to recognize the fact that what you are saying is not going to happen just like that.
Of course.
Someone must intentionally incorporate that into the university system. So if we continue the current practice of assessing students purely by examination, come and sit in an examination room, write exam, memorize stuff, we are not going to get that. You can create accelerators, but they are going to be empty, right? So my argument right from the start of this chair is that not every student is supposed to be a job creator, right? But among those students, thousands of students we have, there are job creators in there. And therefore, the university system must create an avenue for the job creators to emerge through the accelerator program, for example. So, yeah, so if the university leaders will accept the proposition that we cannot continue graduating students who go out there with certificate looking for job, then we need to restructure the way we operate. Yeah.
And I mean, Prof, you're absolutely right. Accelerators will not just happen randomly. They depend mostly on the principal investigators because accelerators are actually non-profit organizations within the university created by the investigators, principal investigators. You see what I mean? So you create a company, non-profit company within the university. You are sharing with the university, but it's run independently. By yourself. That's where then you absorb the students. But it requires the courage of the researchers to start businesses themselves, because it's on its own a private company, is what I mean. But academics are not courageous enough to start businesses, professors.
I think one thing for our students or for research in Africa to be able to create job makers, I think lies on what our students are doing. Most of our students, like he said, they come for certificates. And the easiest way to get certificates is to do science that really doesn't solve real life problems. For example, I just look at the diversity of mosquitoes and what viruses are there. You know, that's not really impacting life. I look at the enteroviruses that are present in sewage water and the knowledge, attitude, and practices of the community around diarrhea, for example. Or look at the climate data and variability. But what is the life-changing, or what is the thing that you want to change? I'll give you an example. If a student is working, for example, on Newcastle disease, and then he comes up with a vaccine prototype for Newcastle vaccine against the genotypes that are circulating in Africa, there is a chance of that being taken by the industry, et cetera, et cetera. So that by itself makes the student have a post-graduate engagement after graduation, so that that product or that real life problem that he or she was trying to solve is needed by the industry, is needed by the community, is needed by the government as an intervention. So I think we have to change also the way in which we develop our research questions and what research we embark on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, Prof, and then Prof. Masood, behind you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issues that are coming, well, to start with, my name is Ochieng, I'm from Botswana. Now, the ideas that are coming here are quite interesting and just to say the least. Now, there's a dominant question that has been coming over and over again. And right now, it is being crystallized to the point where we are asking ourselves, how do we prepare students to be employers rather than employees? To me, the first thing is, how do we structure our curriculum and how do we teach?
Absolutely.
So our teaching should be problem-based. So we should encourage problem-based learning. The second thing is that our teaching should be informed by our research. I am fortunate to be sitting at the interface of management and operation. So, like my colleague is up here, I will tell you that at the executive, the way they look at things. So from the executive level, we could be able to implement the way we structure our curriculum. Once we structure our curriculum in such a manner, then when we are doing research, the question we should ask ourselves, why are we doing this research? Are we doing this research for publication, or we are doing research for generating a service or a product? Now, if we have accelerators, as you said, or you have incubation hub, like in our institution, we have technology transfer unit, and then we have also an incubation hub. Now, when we have that, then there will be a link from teaching all the way to product. That is research value chain. So if we can have the complete circle of research value chain, then we will be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. You're absolutely right. A lot of universities are already starting now to include business management in every part of their PQM, because they realize that actually students are limited to start businesses because they think it's too unwieldy for them and they end up not doing it. The other way is, of course, to have this business managing, what's called curriculum as non-degree, even as short learning programs, as for non-degree purposes. Because the PQM in universities is controlled tightly and it takes time to get it organized. There is a question there before you. Oh, okay. All right, you've got the mic.
All right, thank you so much. This is a very wonderful presentation and discussion. My name is Shakira. So this made me remember something that I once worked on after my bachelor's. I did a bachelor's in pharmacy. So for my research, I researched how liquid smoke from Eucalyptus grandis would help combat AMR. And we tested this on P. aeruginosa, E. coli, and all those other stubborn bacteria. And it turned out to be promising, though we did not really get down to the level of extracting the active, ingredients. So after school, we're like, can we try and push this with my colleagues? So of course we got in contact with our supervisor and tried to write to the Ministry of Health to see if we can fund this research further so that maybe we can end up extracting something out of it. But at the end of the day, we're not given a platform. Even after writing our proposal and, providing the preliminary results, no one gave us that, ground to be able to express ourselves and probably maybe disseminate our results and see if there's anything promising. And this discussion just made me start to think, is there a way universities, besides the accelerators, where they can also get, and collaborate with other institutions, let's say like a pharmaceutical industry now for my case, where you're just coming out of school, you do not have money, but then you want to push this further, and maybe like a place like an industrial company has some facilities that you can leverage on to be able to then take your research forward and see if you can come up with a product. Because at the end of the day, we just ended up being very demoralized. And up to now, the proposal is in my email. There is no way I can take this, and then we are fighting MR right now, and then you start to think about, oh, maybe my end of year project is something that would help us combat something right now. So how are we able to sort of be able to collaborate with that? Because even my supervisor did not have money. Maybe if he had, he would help us be able to move this forward, because I mean it's you starting from the very grassroots and the entire process of R&D. It's a very lengthy one, but then you also need the facilities, etc. So how are we able to also connect with such other partners to be able to again help the students be able to come up with the different things?
So in this case, we've got students who have got the ideas and they don't have mentorship. And there are no structural arrangements to advance their innovative ideas. And this is, again, it comes to, it's not the other way, it's a two-way thing. Now, students have got ideas, but there's no mentorship coming from us. So it means that we need to create those structural. I know that at UNISA, there is, it's probably not UNISA alone, because it's actually pivoted with the government, funding from the government, but it's managed by the Technology Transfer Office at UNISA. And here the government has got funding to allow any young person in the country who's got a nice idea to come to that facility. And it's done as a competition, it's also done as a facility. They come and present the project like you're doing, and then they get funding, seed funding. We've hosted students like that to come and test their idea. They are not even undergraduates, they're very early, but they had an idea about what they want to. So we provide the mentorship within the laboratories. It's funded by the university, it's done through the technology transfer offices. It's a program that happens. So you need structural arrangements to do that kind of thing. So the ORTARChI chairs could be the pivotal structures to actually do things like that and make structures for students like you to come, even if their supervisors can't manage because they don't have time or whatever, they don't have the money, they can come to a chair and say, there's a facility like this. Because the chair will end up maybe getting also interested in your innovation, and then you can move it forward together, of course, with arrangements about the intellectual property and stuff. So I think this is an important point that shows that sometimes students have got ideas, but there is no mentorship in place. There was a question here.
Okay.
Well, the mic, okay, I'll just follow the mic.
The mic is already here. My name is Joseph from Ghana, KNUST. But 100% support Professor when you talk about how do we prepare students to become job makers instead of job seekers. We need to, as Africans, we need to revolutionize our curriculum in our various institutions and put in more experiential learning for our students. Because these days, if you look at what university gives, they provide the red one, what we call the technical skills. Students lack what we call soft skills, which the industry also look for. So in developing our curriculum, we need to invite the industry to be part of it. So that at the end of the day, the student we churn out will meet their standard. Most of them are not. We churn a lot of students out there. Those who are fortunate to get job, at the end of the day, we hear from the practitioners that they do not fit for a purpose, or because they lack what you call soft skills. So in an attempt to develop our curriculum, we need to invite the practitioner, ask them what they need, what they expect from our students, so that we incorporate into our various curriculum. Secondly, we also need to undertake what we call entrepreneurial orientation. Let our students know that entrepreneurship is also a pathway, career pathway. Because most of the students enter with a mindset of completing and go to the big organizations. I can remember in our university, first years they came, I asked this question: where do you want to work at the end of your program? You said they will be mentioning big organizations. But after introducing entrepreneurship to them, in the third year we ask them the same question, then the narrative changes. Then they see that they can take entrepreneurship as a pathway, career pathway, instead of looking for what? Jobs. So when we start this entrepreneurial orientation for our students at the beginning, when they come to first years, it's also going to help us to solve that unemployment problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that will be the last question. So basically, I think we are talking again about the matter of co-curricular activities. It's obviously something that we need also to think about as educators, the matter of co-curricular activities and providing the soft skills that are being mentioned here. So, Mashudu, I see there is another question, but I mean, we're running out of time now because it's already approaching 2. We should really, but I can see there is a burning question here. Please make it as brief as possible. We will not address, we will note it, and then we'll continue to lunch.
Thank you. I'm Geoffrey Sempiri from the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. I just wanted to contribute to the debate. We are talking about curriculum, doing the skilling, but we are leaving out the ecosystem, the players in that ecosystem, to enable the job creation. For example, in Uganda, we have just concluded a nationwide survey of research infrastructure available. And the research infrastructure available in Uganda, we saw about 4% of the research infrastructure available in Uganda is for applied sciences. Then the other infrastructure available, that is about 96%, is a basic research level. So the ecosystem also is not sort of developed towards doing applied research that then will be translated into new products, new services. So it's the same thing. When you have the skills and you don't have that facilitation, you do not have someone to give you the capital, the ecosystem is not built. When I do my research, like the lady has mentioned, did some work, some interesting results, then how does she move from there? Most of the results from the lab are still a far away level to commercialization. They have to go through proof of concept, developing a minimum viable product, and then all the testing, the market studies. So there is a need to intentionally build the ecosystem, the infrastructure, because if I'm a startup, if I have a good idea, even I have got a minimum viable product, how do I go into commercial production if I'm going as a spin-off or a startup? How do I access that? Because I don't have the money to probably put up my own production facility. Is there a mechanism that I can use some sort of existing production facility to kickstart my production. So as we are debating the entrepreneurship, the job creation, we have to intentionally build this system. From basic research, applied research, we go to technology development centers where I can go, maybe now I can go and improve my product. Even we could encourage some private sector individuals to invest in companies that are just mining patents and all that, to see how commercial they can be. So many patents are filed and they are never commercialized. So we need to build the ecosystem in summary. Thank you. So basically, I think the contribution here is that there should be an institutional agenda which the ORTARChI chairs can influence. There should be an institutional agenda, because those kind of structural arrangements that he's talking about can only come if there is a strong agenda agreed by the university for innovation and commercialization. Because that's what you're saying. We need an institutional agenda which can be influenced by the ORTARChI chairs for innovation and commercialization. Colleagues, thank you so much for this. We've run out of time. We have to end up. So I would request the committee members, the chairs, to stand up and have their pictures taken. And thank you very much for taking the time. When must you come back for lunch, Nana? 2:30 we come back for lunch. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we need to do this.
Got a great business idea? Give it a domain name from GoDaddy. Every order comes with our effortless AI experience, GoDaddy Aero, which will generate a logo, landing page, and more for you in just a few clicks. With our award
Ngoma za mababu zinapiga kwa nguvu, mikono juu, tunasherehekea maisha. Kila hatua ni ishara ya nguvu za kale. Katika mzunguko huu, roho za mababu zipo. Enzi za mababu zinaleta amani. Kwa midundo hii tumeungana. Vitu vya asili vinacheza na mwili. Kila mzunguko ni kumheshimu Mungu wa dunia. Mioyo yetu inajivunia urithi wetu. Dansi za mababu zinatufundisha uhuru. Dansi za mababu zinaleta amani. Kwa midundo hii tumeungana. Dansi za asili. Ninapofunga macho nasikia sauti za mababu wangu wananiita kwa upendo. Kila hatua ni zawadi kutoka kwao. Katika ukimya najua niko salama. Kumbukumbu za mababu zipo ndani yangu. Wananiongoza kwa nuru ya milele. Mizimu ya kale yatembea nami usiku. Ndimi za moto zinanena hekima. Mapigo ya ngoma ni sauti ya zamani. Na roho yangu yawaka na uzima wao. Kumbukumbu za mababu zipo ndani yangu. Wananiongoza kwa nuru ya milele. Oh, oh, oh.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I know now we're standing between you and a good dinner, so can we start? At least now we know everybody has filled their stomachs and everybody is good to go. But, this is not the graveyard shift, so can we please have people not fall asleep, but rather be attentive for this session, because I think this is one of those important sessions that we need everybody's full participation for today. Maybe let me start off by introducing the session, and then I'll ask Dorothy to come up and also introduce her session. So this is basically looking at the future, co-creation in terms of what we would like to see going forward. But before we do that, I think it's very prudent that we also get the lessons learned in terms of the consolidation, because as you all know, this is a partnership sort of model. It's not just one organization, but several partners are involved in the funding of this initiative. And so we would like to just get a sense. Maybe let me introduce Dorothy to come in and just start off with the consolidation in terms of the lessons and the opportunities at the SGCI level. And then I will come in a bit later and speak to the DVCs in terms of institutional ownership, sustainability going forward. I have 3 questions for the DVCs, but we will get to that at a later stage. And then we'll go into the communities of practice discussion as well. So, Dorothy, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So we have been talking about the ORTARChI model. The ORTARChI model has the research chairs, the universities, the science granting councils, and also has our ministries, sometimes who also function as science granting councils. In this particular conversation, I wanted to have a dialogue with my sisters and brothers from the other science granting councils that we work with that support the chairs. And so I would like to ask Atrida, Dirsi, Teboho, Cephas, Jeffrey to please join me, as well as Adeline, to join me on the stage, and we can have a conversation. What we would like to do is to share with you more about what funding these chairs as granting councils, partnering together in supporting the chairs, what that has meant for us as institutions, what it also has meant for the national conversations that are taking place around research chairs. And so Cephas, I'm missing Cephas, not here yet. I think he will join us as soon as he's back. We can start. Is that okay? I'm gonna ask, first of all, to all my colleagues for an introduction of yourselves and also the Science Granting Council that you come from, and how this works within your national system before we get to the questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adeline Ajwai. I come from Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. Through ORTARChI, we are coordinating through research chairs one from Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, and the other one is being hosted at the Sokoine University of Agriculture.
Science and Technology Council in Zambia, and in Zambia we are overseeing 2 ORTARChI chairs. As you have heard from the previous discussions in the morning, we have one at the Copperbelt University that is looking at environment and the development around the mining, and the second one is in water conservation. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon.
My name is Tebohotse Edze from Botswana. I'm from Ministry of Communication and Innovation. We have one chair that is then be used. It deals with climate change. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dirce Madeira from National Research Fund, which is also FNI in Mozambique. And luckily, we are coordinating one research chair at the University Eduardo Mondlane under climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So as you can see already in our conversations as science granting councils, we come in various formats. Some of us are part of ministries, some of us are standalone funding agencies, and some of us have a much bigger portfolio in terms of our mandates. And it's important to recognize this because what it does is that it positions each one of us in a very different way in terms of the way that we support multilateral research programming. I'm going to start with you, Dirce, to ask, on the back of the midterm review results that we were hearing yesterday around the ORTARChI model, for you at FNI in Mozambique, what key lessons have you learned both as a funding council as well as a partner in ORTARChI from implementing this particular program with the ORTARChI model so far? We started the conversations together as granting councils already 8 years ago. So for us, this has been a number of years before we even were able to disburse the first funds. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that it was challenging from the beginning to first get to understand that the ORTARChI is not a project that we have been funded as councils. It's a big program that requires commitment, capacity building, and also infrastructure to implement. So we are keep learning as the chair is being implementing. But some key lessons that I would like to share will be under the distribution on responsibility and funding across partners. So each one of us should know the role to play under the initiative. Another key lesson was under the promotion of inclusivity, networks, and cross-institutional collaboration, embedding capacity building, either human or capital, the creation of network, the cross-institutional collaboration that enhanced value beyond research outputs. And as I referred, the ORTARChI is a big program that pushed us to manage the complexity of the multilateral research funding and coordination. It make us recognize and plan for the complexity inherent in the multilateral research programs, putting in place the governance, the timeline, the financial management, alignment, and communication as key to its implementation. And more important, but not the least, we should be adaptive and iterative. So view the multilateral research programming as a process of continuous learning and adaptation, not a rigid one-off design. So I think that the ORTARChI experiences shows that it's possible to work under equitable way as partners, taking into account that the context that can be sensitive, the adaptiveness on the collaboration, and also the necessity of a common vision between us funders and the shareholders under the implementations to turn the complex multilateral arrangements into lasting research partnerships for the continent. I think that I will stop here by now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think for me, the key aspect here is to capture this question of equitable partnerships and how that becomes quite complex for the kind of model that we're trying to build as ORTARChI, because there was the layer of the NRF and all of us getting together to figure out what does equity and power sharing and partnership building look like before we could even put together the framework document for this particular initiative. So that's an aspect that I want to pick out, and if any of us would like to reflect a little bit about the complexity of equitable partnering, that would be great. Teboho, I want to come to you, ask the same question with the caveat of FNI, like the NRF, we are independent. Our methodology or mandate is to fund only research. You're a ministry, you're a policy, you do the funding, all of that. What does that mean in terms of you being able to engage in ORTARChI? Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. The ORTARChI, I think, in my country has helped us lobby the more funding from government, because back then we don't have a council, it just got approved last year, November. So it's difficult for us to talk to politicians about research. So with the 15 million that we have been funded, we managed to get some funding from government to co-fund. And going forward, we have seen that it's best, that the ORTARChI model is the best. We have chairs that the government is funding, that we are going to copy the model that ORTARChI used. We would have floated the call last year. Unfortunately, now that the fund has been approved, we are working on ways of how we are going to operate it, but the budget has been set aside. ORTARChI has really helped us into getting government to put some more of its funding to research. Thank you.
And the challenges that you may have experienced in this role of being a ministry as well as a funder in ORTARChI implementation. Do you have any?
The main one was with us funding, the government putting, helping in this funding. It's one of the main challenges that my country is going through. So explaining why we need research in the country is one of the things that I think that education needs to be taken to the cabinet. That is all that we're struggling with. Thank you.
My brother Cephas, I'm coming to you, also ministry to ministry. Your reflections around challenges, your experiences of implementing ORTARChI so far.
Thank you very much. I think one of the challenges have been, when you look at, especially the researchers in general, they are not so common within our context. And so, given that the researchers are not so common within our context, especially within the Ghanaian context, having two chairs, especially in KNUST, and then also at the University of Ghana, two great universities that we have back home there. One of the key perceptions has been the issue of independence, how the ministry as a body will be able to come out independently as an institution that will be able to fund and manage research within that particular space. And so that independence is something that, from the perspective of the university, you say, okay, once some of those things sit within the ministry, there's a tendency that it's going to be business as usual, politicians are there, they put their hand in, and what have you. And so we were able to be very quick to look at how we go around the governance. So it's like more or less an institution within an institution, how we modeled the granting council as a secretariat within, and we've been able to work with the university in such a way that we become an enabler to facilitate their work, no impediment, where to the extent that even some of the challenges are even being changed into opportunities. We go in as and when we realize that probably the funds that has been so received by the shareholders and how the shareholders will be able to implement their milestones and their programs as has been agreed in agreement between ourselves, between NRF and also the shareholders, from us coming in to be able to play more or less like a coordination role, ensuring that at every point in time they deliver on their mandate and then they are able to work quite effectively. And so these challenges has been able to be surmounted in terms of how enhanced we've managed the communication between ourselves and how we've been able to, especially the partnerships, the relationship, and also honesty in the way we were doing our things. We have been able to develop quite a number of good rapport, especially within the chairs, to the extent that because we now know that we have chairs, at each point in time, we are having some partnership with some others. And so we are easily able to reach out to them for them to be able to join some other programs, and even serving also as think tanks on themselves to be able to help the ministry on how we are running certain programs. So I think that has been quite effective on our part. We hope to continue in that particular direction, especially making sure that the ministry's enhanced role in ensuring that some other research funding outside what has been given to the research councils we make them available to them to do some. So of course there are some grants we have which we have given, especially through calls for which the shareholders have and also doing to enhance what they are already doing within their existing work. Also the networks, not only within the 7 ORTARChI chairs, but some others outside the realm, making sure that we make the ORTARChI model quite visible because it's not quite unique. And so that is a very key thing that we also bring to the fore so far as the ministry is concerned. Yeah.
So I'm hearing from both Botswana and Ghana the aspects around socializing the chair within government itself, utilizing the chair to enable visibility of the idea of a chair, but also for research in government and to be able, visibility of the chairs, but also to be able to leverage additional resources that are used for the system itself. Jeffrey, please, I'm asking you to come as I ask the next question. Atrida and Adeline, your councils are more all-encompassing, more than us and FNI. They are also not ministries. What has that experience been for you in implementing ORTARChI? Thank you.
Thank you. COSTECH has the large mandate of ensuring that science and technology is being used to address some of the national challenges, especially in the human health and livestock. So having this research chair help us to realize that because the two researchers are addressing the issues on the human medicine and also animal health. And at COSTECH, because we are the coordinator of science and technology, we are supposed to ensure that the scientific results are being used, the research are being used to solve the societal problems. We had developed a framework for research, we have developed the framework for postdoc framework, but we hadn't been able to support even a single research chair until we get this ORTARChI grant. So for us, it was a very important aspect, and through these chairs, we have evidence that the research results can be used to address, to develop a product, but also, as our mandate is to foster collaboration. Through this research here, we have seen that the collaboration we have seen collaboration both at national and the local level, but the only challenge that we are still looking forward to address is they mentioned the triple helix, to see how these results, because we have seen there are postdocs, we see the product, but then the impact of this product, the production of this product at the national level is still to be realized. So for us, it's a good start. And now through ORTARChI, now at least we have evidence to go to the government and ask for money for research here. For example, last time we made an attempt and we got some funding to start a research, but because this is a big investment, that money was not enough to host a research chair, so we go and support a few applied research projects through that funding. So we believe in the next financial year, through the chairs we are coordinating, then we have more evidence to convince the government to give us funding for that research chair, because for policymakers, it was still a new concept, and they are still looking forward to see the output from those. So as I'm talking now, our board of commissioners are making follow-up, and they will visit these research chairs to see how convincing the projects are, so that they can help us to convince the government to invest more on those kind of projects. Yeah.
Thank you, Adeline, for that. So, National Research Chair Framework, the same as Botswana, but also you're concerned very much around this question of how do we valorize the results that are coming from the chairs so that we are able to engage our government in a more responsible way in support of chairs going forward. Atrida, same question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. As you have highlighted, the NSTC of Zambia goes beyond just funding research. We also have a mandate of coordinating the R&D system in the country. And ultimately, we provide policy advice to government using evidence from science. And one thing that the ORTARChI has provided is that opportunity for us to demonstrate the evidence that comes from research, even as we tackle national challenges. I'll give an example of the chair on water conservation. You may all be aware of the bad drought that we experienced in the 2023-2024 season. And that sent panic, and there were all these talks about how do we move water from one region that seems to still have a bit of water to another area. And it was so timely that our chair was looking into that exactly. So it's not something that you just wake up and start digging canals here and all that. It has to be backed by evidence. What happens? Is it even possible for us to do these interbasin transfers? And so it provided us that opportunity to be able to provide this policy advice that is actually backed by evidence. Similarly, in the mining, you know that Zambia is a mining country predominantly, and we have all these new mines that are coming up. But what is their long-term plan of how are they going to manage the environment and all that? So the chair at the Copperbelt University is providing that evidence again, even as we develop how are we then managing the other aspects of the environment and all that. But talking about also our experience from the chair around implementing multilateral research programs, is this collective African science governance that it brings, bringing together the councils like ourselves, the universities, and the governments, and not just within one country, but across the different countries. So it gives us this power to manage ourselves and giving us this independence on how we run our affairs. And I think it has also built trust in the way that we fund, that the funding comes from NRF, it is managed through the councils in the different countries, and then also channeled through the university systems. So just that complex arrangement of governing the funding, I think, has built trust. I'll end there, thanks.
Thank you for that. For me, the big point that you have made, which is quite critical and connects to the conversations we've been having, is when we are able to fund research that is relevant to national priorities, then it's much easier, as Cephas was also mentioning, for the funding agency to be able to engage the relevant policymakers, the relevant spaces, to be that go-between, to enable both valorization, but also to enable this science into advice mechanism that NSDC has responsibility for as an agency of government. Jeffrey, I'm going to come to you last. Same question, your experience at UNCSD with implementing ORTARChI, both as a council and also as a funding partner. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. As you have already noted that our chair is relatively new. We have just boarded him on. So the first experience I will share is thinking about succession in the implementation. Our first chair, when the call came up, the late Professor Nobo Banada of Biosystems Engineering in the School of Technology, Makerere University, won the chair in sustainable food security. That's the time when COVID-19 broke out. Unfortunately, during the time, he passed on. And that transition, we had not really planned for it. So we quickly had to plan how to replace the chair. So he had worked with a group of researchers at his department, but the chair had not started yet. We were in preparation with NRF to have the agreement signed. So NRF requested that we work with Makerere University to replace the chair. So the first priority was when you talk to the university, they chose the colleagues he was working with to replace him. When they went through the NRF evaluation, their scores were second tier, yet the funding was going to first tier. So they couldn't get the funding. And that process was resource intensive, time, and then time has moved, and then we don't have a replacement. And then NRF was almost closing. So we had to engage in some sort of diplomacy to engage, to bring together the university and NRF to agree on how to move about so that Uganda does not lose the chance to have a chair, because it's a program that we have not experienced in Uganda before. This is the first time we're having a research chair. And we hope to learn from it so that in the future we do. So one key lesson was the succession. In all this, we need to plan the succession very well. You never know what will happen. Or the researcher even can go get greener pastures and move on. Anything can happen. So it's very important that there is continuity is thought about in implementation. Then that brings us to the other variable lesson, which is trust and time are very important ingredients here in building these multilateral collaborations and partnerships. As I've told you, we had to engage NRF to try to see, because the chairs were coming to an end, and then he's not yet selected the replacement, so we had to engage in some diplomacy. So without trust, I don't think NRF would have agreed to open up to get the replacement. Because at first the suggestion was it's too late, maybe we wait for the next call for research chairs. Then we're like, look, please, can we just have the chair start if the funds are still available? Because this is very important for us. We want to use it as a case study so that we can be able to talk to government to give us money to run such a national program. So here in such things are issues of trust, how you build the relationship, being open to your partner and telling them the realities of how you are operating is very, very key. Then the other lesson we are looking at is, because our chair is still new, but we have seen internally in the council, we have looked at this model. We have seen it's bringing the university on board as a co-founder, because the university is securing the chair's salary. It is securing the office space, the laboratory infrastructure for the research chair. And then they are relieving him of most of the teaching, so that he concentrates on mentorship of the other scientists in the pipeline, the postdocs, the PhDs, and the MScs. So then the chair order himself is supposed to attract more funding to complement what the funding that has been provided. Then we are seeing that the SGC, in this case the Council for Science and Technology, is also bringing some funding on board, directly in financial terms, but also as the in-kind to make the chair possible. So it's it's sort of a new funding model. Previously, the council would provide the funding. Okay, the university would provide the research infrastructure and maybe part of the salary. But then the researchers themselves, like the research chair, is being taxed to attract more funding. It was not in the picture. So it's a new model we are learning. We are keenly looking as we move ahead. And then also the long-term funding. In Uganda, there is a practice of trying to budget on a financial year basis. So there are not so many programs that are running multi-year. So we are looking at this and trying to convince the government if this is going to work, we need to develop such programs that are multi-year, but also to embed strong capacity building in the research programs, because most of the research programs, they would focus more on research. The PI would not be taxed to embed a lot of capacity building, like the training of postdocs, PhDs, and MScs. So we are looking forward to see the results from the chair, so we can use it as evidence that such a program is actually needed. Internally, we have already developed the program document, which is at our senior management level to look at. So we hope in the future we are able to move from senior management to our board, then to our minister, so that we could get funding from the consolidated fund to run a similar program. Thank you.
And Jeffrey, thank you very much for sharing your experience on succession planning. We were talking about postdoctoral training and this being really an important potential pathway for succession planning. And I want to encourage, just by listening to Jeffrey's story with UNCST and us wanting to replace this chair, I want to encourage all the chairs to really make sure that you are thinking about what succession planning looks like so that your research can continue, because this is a long-term investment. Thank you, Jeffrey, for sharing also all the aspects around trust and the really critical role. I think for us at NRF, it was always so critical to work very closely with the science granting councils. If we hadn't been working as closely with UNCST, I don't think we would have been able to replace the chair, because we don't have the partner that is with us, co-funding, ensuring, monitoring, evaluation. I remember so many times Jeffrey would get in his car and just come to Makerere to come and have conversations about what do we do with the chair. It would have been impossible to do that in South Africa. So the role of the Science Granting Council working very closely with the NRF has been really, really critical. we have an opportunity for any first comments, questions that you have with the colleagues before we start winding down on this side. Looking to the questions, comments, reflections. What has been your experience working with the Science Granting Councils, our sister agencies, in this model? That would be a great one for all of us to know. Thanks. One, okay, now the hands are coming. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes,
Thank you.
I will take the opportunity to reflect on what would be the role of institutions like NRF or FNI in influencing a different funding management systems in a country so that it can ease the research in the country, because we have heard this morning, I think yesterday as well, the challenge on procurement, you know, and all the delays and that makes the research difficult. So what would be the role of a platform like this one, and you know, all the let's say exchange, etc., in influencing a different system for academia and research? Thank you.
Thank you for that. David?
Yeah, thank you. Geoffrey has obviously presented the Ugandan story very well. I think before I received an email from the Vice Chancellor asking me to put in an application, I had never heard of science granting councils. And so, particularly for Uganda, I think it would be nice for the UNCST, if need be, to do a roadshow, particularly with academic institutions, to just, there are always opportunities, I think, to just say academic sessions where you could show up and just say, here's what we do. Because I think, as far as I knew before 18 months ago, you know, the National Council of Science and Technology was this institution that you submitted your protocol to, period. That's it. But clearly, from what I've learned over the months, it's obviously doing way more than that. And I think this role of being a science granting council should be, I think it needs to be driven into our minds as academicians, people who are doing research. So I think it might be worthwhile investing in, we're just going to do a roadshow, it's almost as if it's when an institution is reinventing itself and rebranding itself, how you just go out and say, you know, to every partner, all the institutions you work with, and just say, here's what we are about. We're not just about receiving and reviewing your review articles and your money for research. And I think that's because by the time you go, you know, you're saying you're going through those levels, the board, the minister, by the time you get there, there has to have been, I think, extensive buy-in from these stakeholders. Because I'm sure at some point the minister will say, oh, has there been a stakeholder engagement around this research chair initiative idea? And I think you will have already laid the foundation for people to sort of understand what a science granting council means. I'm sure if you went across this university and asked about STISA 2063, right? 2020. I can tell you, you might have a 2% knowledge about some of these things. But I think this is where UNCST needs to play that role. And particularly if we also think about the, not just Africa Union, but also the regional East African community, that starting maybe from the ground going up to those levels, there will be much easier buy-in from, I think, the much higher, whoever needs to, the policy people, to say, yes, considering that you've had this engagement and this is the feedback you have, we will fund this. I think it will be much easier to do that. Thanks.
It's really great questions. Do we have any final one? Okay, I can't see any. I am going to ask Cephas to speak to the aspects around I think it's SGCI 3, the policy observatory, all of that work that we are doing. And then I'm going to ask Jeffrey to speak to the question around visibility. I'll make a comment, and anybody else, Dirsi, Teboho, Atrida, who wants to share, please go.
Okay, thank you very much. Basically, the Science Granting Council, just about some few, I think just a month ago, we converged in Accra to look at 10 years of the Science Granting Council's initiative, where we're looking at the reflections of the past and how we go into the next phase, going into 2026, 2030. And one of the things that comes out strongly is the Science Granting Councils, which has now grown into what you call a regional multilateralism, being strong and being influenced not only research management, but how the various national science systems are able to own the research innovation management frameworks. As you are aware, quite a number of us are aware of the Science Granting Council in terms of the structure and how it works when we is on board and we need to come aboard. The recent discussion has been around how does the Science Granting Council become a policy enabler, in the sense that quite a number of the things that we are doing, what is its impact around the global, the Africa that we want, Agenda 2063, talk about the sister 2034 document. Now, as far back as last year, the AGCI realized that, and so we enhanced our policy influence on that to the extent that we engaged the AU drafting task force that were drafting the sister 2034 document, together with even the drafting team and also the task force itself, back in Accra in September, where we issued a communique on how best the Science Granting Council can help to integrate certain aspects of the sister. And critically, based on that particular communique, we were able to engage the task force to be able to integrate some of the recommendations that were coming from the councils that met around, especially around the policy research interface and how the councils can help both the universities, funding agencies itself, and also private sector participation in that particular arena. So the issue of the private sector was quite missing, and strongly we made a case for that. Now, fast forward in Accra, something unique happened. For the first time throughout the 10 years of the AGCI was able to issue a communique that speaks to where the AGCI want to go and how relevant we want to be by working closely with the various partners, AU, the global think tanks, SDGs, and even looking beyond sustainability, which is the next agenda that we are progressing. The forum or the platform, what we call the All Partners Forum that we made from Accra, made about 3 critical things, which is a blueprint. The fact that there's a need for us to be able to continue to look at capacity building initiatives going forward, the policy observatory, and an alliance on how best we'll be able to manage the AGCI itself, on the basis that the Science Granting Council ourselves should be able to play a leading role in terms of how much we'll be bringing on board to investments in research in various areas, so that we can help our researchers appreciate what we are doing, so that it will not be more or less like something being dumped on us. And the good thing is that quite a number of countries who are not originally part of the Science Granting Council initiative has expressed interest to come on board. And so there's a discussion as to whether is it something we must open it up to almost all 54 or 55 African countries, or that we there's a way how we started by trying to look at some criteria in terms of national systems that are well vested in their management of research, their granting practices, and whatever. So these are discussions that we continue to have, and presently we've moved to about 20. There you can see AGCI, we're about 20 now, because we welcome Togo, we welcome our colleagues from Angola, and also this as part of the Science Granting Council family. So we continue to grow, and even tomorrow in Accra, the ADIA Triennial Conference that is happening, we have been invited to now talk about the Science Granting Council and how it's influencing that. Because I'm here, my deputy will be doing that on our behalf, the recognition that at least AGCI is doing something quite unique within our space. And so that is what I want to put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Cephas. And I think also for reflecting on the last 10 years, we have been building our own institutions in terms of our abilities to really perform our roles as science granting councils. Now we are at the point where we definitely want to interact more clearly, more strategically, and more deliberately with the research performers, as well as to use the space together as granting councils to increase the visibility, not just nationally, but also in the regional network. So the next 5 years are going to be a lot about visibility, a lot about making sure that colleagues across the continent know that these science granting councils do exist. Dirsi? And while you're at it responding to the visibility question, please could you also wrap up by talking about one insight or contribution, your commitment as FNI in terms of sustainability of ORTARChI. What does that look like? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that under visibility must have been said, but I think that the question raised by Professor Nisia, how as Science Granting Council can influence the funding system to overcome the problem under procurement and that delays the research itself. It's a tough question because yes, we are science granting councils, but we are placing in different countries with specific government structures. So, but yes, we are aware on this issue, and at our level, we are trying to speak with the government to see how can they review the process of procurement for facilitate the research itself. And in case of Mozambique, we also avail ourselves of a Science Granting Council to intermediate this process when it is needed. So sometimes we step in to help the researchers to expedite the procurement when they are facing a problem. So I think that I will not open this debate, but is what I would like to share. We are working on it, but it's not easy because there is a government structure that we also need to follow. But yeah, it's not like we are sitting and just doing nothing. We hope that in future it will be like an history problem, not longer. I think that about the commitment to sustainability of the ORTARChI, in our case, would be under the institutionalization of this model, because we have started to discuss also the chairs in Mozambique, but it was not implementing as the structure under ORTARChI that shows very good partnerships and commitments between different funders. So I think that is a model that we can embrace. And if we institutionalize it, we can better support and also establish frameworks that can ensure continuity beyond the individual funding cycles. So I think that from my side, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dirsi. Teboho, same question. Commitment to sustainability from the ministry. What does that look like?
Commitment to sustainability of ORTARChI. I have, the one that we have is the institutional one. You know, we fund so many projects within the institution that are not connected to each other. ORTARChI has held, we have the Botswana Satellite project that we have in BUs, the same institution where our chairs are held. That project, the data that it collects, it was not digested to the end user. So with the ORTARChI project, they held utilizing and synthesizing that project, the data that is being collected by that to the end user. So the alignment that we have currently is where the projects that we have funded within the research funding are helping each other to take the information back to the people. This also shows the government that we really need research, because at times the country will say, what are you doing with this project? And at the end, through the other project, you will now see why we needed that project and why we had to direct our funds in that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Atrida, the same, one insight. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I did mention earlier that we as the council have also set aside some funds that we contribute to the two chairs. In fact, if it's in the case of UNZA, they even have two separate accounts for funds that are coming from the NSTC and the ones coming from the ORTARChI. So we commit to continue supporting the chairs, and particularly our support goes to the capacity building. We fund the students, and it's something that we want to continue to do. Secondly, we want to commit to making the chairs relevant to our national priorities. Guidance through, we shape the national research agenda, and we commit that we guide then the chairs to keep aligning to these national priorities so that they remain relevant for a long time to come.
Thank you, Atrida. Adeline, same thing.
Thank you. For us, COSEC, we are confident that the research chair program is going to be sustainable, because through these two chairs that we are coordinating, although they submit their report to ORTARChI, they also submit progress to us, and we do review the progress, and we give feedback, we do monitoring, and they are also being audited by the CAG and also COSEC auditors. From that one, we have built the capacity of our institution and also to the host institution. But also, we have integrated the research chair into our granting policy. Before, we had a grant manual which didn't have a research chair. Now we have it in our granting policy, in our grant manual. Also, the research chair is also included in our strategic plan. So if you read our strategic plan, you can see that we are committed to support this number of research chair in 5 years we have, but also it is there in our annual budget, so it is budgeted. So the government is seeing it, the other planners are seeing it. So by doing so, we believe in, even if the money is not there, when we request for money for the research chair, we are confident that we are going to get it, because now at least we have a baseline that it works. Yes.
Thank you. Cephas, we're moving right to you. Thank you. Same question. commitment to sustainability. What does that look like?
Yeah, so thank God quite a number of funding models being thought about back home. And as you are aware, government has tasked Mestis to use the AGC as a vehicle to help the newly established Ghana National Research Fund so that they can fund their feet even as we transition going forward. So these are quite the number of things that we are doing back home. We envisage that the researchers, looking at some of the networks that we are built for, they are built for themselves and also for partnership, would themselves enhance the need for sustainability in terms of how they conduct their work going forward and how they can create some projects based on the gaps that they're able to identify within their networks. Once they reach out to us, we'll be able to assist them, if not by ourselves, but because of the partnerships, because there are quite a number of partnership linkages going on how people needed help to be able to run certain research program. That is the key thing, so that through that partnership we can reach out to them for them to be assisted. Thank you very much.
Finally, Jeffrey, thank you very much, Cephas.
Thank you. I'll first try to address Professor Meyer's what he has raised about the visibility. I think in Uganda, the National Council for Science and Technology, most people know it by its research regulation function. Because in Uganda, if you are to do any research, you must register it with the Council for Science and Technology. You need to get a research permit. And also, if you are going to take materials out of Uganda or you import research materials into Uganda, you must get a material transfer permit. So it is what is most known for. But the council is a government agency. It is already 30 years, more than 30 years old. It was established by an act of parliament, the UNCST Act of 1990. And its core mandate is to advise government on issues of integrating science, technology, and innovation into the national development process. The council, I don't know, it's a balance, because the council is responsible, for example, for the establishment of the Ministry of ICT. The council wrote the policy that came into effect by establishing the Ministry of ICT. The Uganda National Research, the National Health Research Organization, it's a product of the UNCST work that established that. But also we have run big projects like the Millennium Science Initiative, the MSI, where we supported Makerere University to review the medical curriculums to be up to date. And that's the field where you are. I don't know how you missed out that. The council funded all those processes to review the curriculums and all that, but also equipping some labs. Like the council equipped the lab of the physics lab at Makerere University. So we have been at the interface. But I think we need to do a better job on marketing. The council has been convening a lot of activities. Maybe it is media shy. The good thing is our head of corporate affairs, outreach, and international collaboration, she's in the room. Madam Debbie Kasura is here. So she's in charge of communication and all our visibility. So I think she has picked the point. Then she will do a much better job in her department. On sustainability, as we have mentioned, we're having internal discussions on how to domesticate the research chairs in Uganda. We have already thought about how we could run research chairs, but based on our national development priorities. As the minister mentioned, in our next 5 years, we have the National Development Plan 4, which started this year, and it will go until 2030. So we are thinking maybe the research chairs can come in the 4 priority sectors. The what you call the ATM. A for agriculture, T for tourism, and we have the M for mining, including oil and gas, and then S is science. But when you look at the development plan, the national development plan, science is anchored all over all the different development programs in there, in manufacturing, in security, in welfare. It has been anchored as an enabler of all the other drivers. So I think our proposal is for the start, to at least have a chair in each of the priority sectors of the NDP. So that's how we are thinking about the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that for everyone who has been listening to this conversation, you are hearing the ways in which ORTARChI itself is shifting the ways in which we are thinking about research chairs and generally just investing as science granting councils in our own research ecosystems, and that you're also hearing that because we all have a multiplicity of roles that we play, there are these interfaces beyond disbursement of funding into valorization, into connection with policymakers that you potentially can utilize as you interface with the granting council so that you can leverage on that. And lastly, that we are hearing that institutionalization, domestication, institutionalization. That is our model of sustainability. That is the model that we have always engaged together to make sure that it's not just about ORTARChI, start and finish, but it is more about how this is connected into the national systems themselves. I want to thank you very much, my brothers and sisters. This was wonderful, and I hand over back to Nana. Thank you.
I guess a quick picture moment for the colleagues. Dorothy?
Come.
Picture shy. Go ahead. So while they take the picture and obviously going into the issue of sustainability and talking about sustainability, can I please ask my panelists to get ready? Professor Asante, Professor Trywell, Professor Anthony, and also Professor Ochieng, please, can you join us? We are hijacking you today, don't worry. Can you please join us on the stage here? So I think in terms of just continuing from, the previous panel, looking at sustainability, looking at some reflections and everything, it's also very important to sort of realize that the institutionalization of these chairs is quite important. So you need to make sure that there's ownership at the level of the host institution, but at the same time, there's also solid commitment in terms of the institutional management and the governance of these chairs, because for the success to happen, the research does not happen at the Science Granting Council level, but the research happens at the university level. And with the panelists here today, I've got a few questions, but just before I ask you my questions, there's just 3 questions, and I'll just ask that each of you give your reflections in terms of those questions. But before that, as you know, that the midterm evaluation touched on a few things that needed attention, and this was also highlighted The evaluation also highlighted the success of the initiative of the chairs thus far, but the critical aspect was sustainability, aligned with obviously the second objective of this theme, which is that we need to underscore and deepen the importance of host institution support, right, for the success and sustainability of these chairs, obviously through interactions with your respective institutional leaders. As the institutional leaders, I would like you to maybe just quickly and briefly reflect on some of these questions in terms of co-creation. So in what ways can collaboration on the African continent enhance co-creation efforts in the African research ecosystem? So that is the first question I'm going to be asking. How does collaboration within Africa help us to enhance co-creation for the good of the African ecosystem in terms of the research? So if I can start off with Professor Asante, and then that question then goes across to everybody else. Just a few reflections and a few remarks on that. Part of that, obviously, you can entrench sustainability into it as part of the co-creation agenda.
Thank you very much. As I sat listening to the Science Granting Council, you know, the university system can operate without a government intervention. Okay. For me personally, I believe that if the chairs will be sustainable, it depends on the universities. It won't depend on the Science Granting Councils. Why? I mean, currently, the chair is paid by the university. The university provides space. The university uses its resources to facilitate the work. And if it is money, I mean, if you have a chair that is dynamic, the chair can raise the money. And by the way, for us as University of Ghana, we have 3 centers of World Bank Centers of Excellence. And each of them was about $8 million for 8 years, which is not comparable to this. Okay, so for me in the university, when I sit and I have to take a decision, then the ORTARChI chair will get lost. Okay, so I think the ministry should do more consultation with the universities to make sure that it's sustainable. As a university, we have in our statutes how to create a chair. Okay, so the Science Granting Council cannot impose what to do. As a university, we know the procedure if we want the chair to be a center of excellence. And for me, I think that is what we should be aiming at. We should give us a time frame so that all the chairs move into a center of excellence in the university. Now, in the area of co-creation, how many of our universities partner? The 10 chairs, I don't think they even communicate. So how do we collaborate? So I think we need to revisit ORTARChI, what it stands for, what it seeks to address, and come out with a standard protocol with some flexibility, because each of our universities, we have our own structure. But at least we need that standard guidelines with the feasibility for us to fit in. But for me, I think if we want to start discussing sustainability, we should move the chairs into a center of excellence. For instance, at the University of Ghana, to have a chair, you need to come with $250,000. You are paid from that, and then you raise that money. And it's what, 3 years renewable for another 3 years. Are we ready to go in that direction? So and that is why I will push for a center of excellence recognized by the university. The university will appoint administrative staff. So, because currently, the chairs, they don't have administrative support. The chairs, at least at university, they do everything. So when I heard science communication, I said, oh, what about if my chair is not interested in science communication? And then entrepreneurship. If my chair has no interest in entrepreneurship, the university to solve. But we need to create structures within our university, such as science communication is key. And I agree perfectly with you. I mean, some of us, we started talking about science communication 10 years ago, and still we've not solved it. So creating that structure in the university, which the vice chancellor of the university will be responsible, is the sustainability way. And I must point, this is a free advice. The last phase of the money, let's turn it into a center of excellence. Because for you to create a center of excellence, you need to show a seed fund. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for that. Prof?
Okay,
Same
thank
question.
you. Prof Sanu from Burkina Faso. Thanks a lot for these discussions, which are really interesting. I will try to summarize my intervention and give a response to the two questions in one. As a VDC, I would like to say at first that this kind of programs, these shares are very useful for us because it's useful for our institutions, it's useful for the students, it's useful for finally the society. And then we strongly support it. But the problem is that we are talking here about unity in Africa. We are talking about getting together and sharing experience in research. And then I think that the problem is more high than the level of university. That's why I think that it will be useful to try to have a meeting with the ministries or their representatives. Then if you take, for example, the model of South Africa, it seems that it's a good model, and they have a good results in all we say since yesterday. For example, we can try to create a meeting where the Ministry of South Africa can share this experience with, for example, our ministry. Yesterday, the Ministry of Uganda was here. She talked to us. It was a good talk. But my minister didn't have same mind about what to do to have a link, for example, between research and private societies. Then if we have the possibility to have this kind of meeting, I think we will solve many problems we have talked since yesterday. Then I think that that's the real problem we have to solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those reflections. Prof. Trywell?
I want to take it this way, that the OR, or the ORTARChI chair, represents the consciousness, a Pan-African consciousness. And the Pan-African consciousness must be localized. And in our case as the University of Zambia, as being in leadership, we are always guided by what is it that the government wants to do. And our framework is very, very clear, the 8th National Development Plan, but that 8th National Development Plan is anchored within the Agenda 2063 and SDGs. And for us, the mandate has been you link the ecosystem, the research ecosystem, to the innovation ecosystem. That you need to close up that gap and produce goods and services that have socio-economic impact. So the ORTARChI chair fits within that. And how does it do that? Because we have been mandated that we should create frameworks, policies, create structures, systems, and procedures that should reflect this Pan-African thinking, which is anchored within our local thinking. So a drive for co-creation and sustainability of this program lies in one, for us at the University of Zambia, ensuring that we locate this chair within the centers of excellence, which is a strategic vision that these centers of excellence, research centers of excellence, must not produce research for its own sake. It should link to an ecosystem. And two, that whatever we do must have what we are calling an intergenerational focus within the triple helix, meaning how do you link the processes that are happening within that center of excellence to questions, for example, which have arisen on how you mentor the youth, how do you bring in entrepreneurial skills, how do you bring in the innovation, how do you scale up the innovation? And that is the way we are taking this matter. So from a Pan-African thinking, localizing this, institutionalizing within the strategic plan for 2023 to 2027. And that's our focus.
Very much, Prof, for that. Professor Ochieng.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will start by giving example at BUST. Our research is anchored on the principle of research value chain. And we created research units where the lowest is at the level of lab. After the lab, it is research group, from research group, research chair, research centers, all the way up to BUST enterprise. That is at the level of now commercialization. So we believe that every research should be linked to another in such a way that not every research must lead to service and product. But as a collective, the research that we do must lead to service or a product. For example, now the research chair sits at the level of research center. Now that is more complex. At that level, it is more complex than the level of the lab or the level of research group. So these research groups combine together and now form the research chair. Now, that is co-creation at micro level. Now, at macro level, now when we have that research chair, for example, the research chair is encouraged to go out to get partners and to write proposals together. So the co-creation starts with the co-ideation. So you build the idea together, and then now with that idea you will be able to co-create. For example, we have got a project that we are producing of syngas. Now, we found out that Zimbabwe has got better quality coal that can produce syngas than that one of Botswana. And we found that to analyze this coal, we have to travel to South Africa to analyze this. So in that chain, Zimbabwe will provide the raw materials. The Botswana will carry out the analysis, and the South Africa will provide the infrastructure that is required to do that analysis. Finally, the end product will be as a result of co-creation at that level. So we do co-creation at micro level, at the institutional level, and at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that brings in the aspect of collaboration as well across the different countries and different interests.
Yes.
There's a lot of talk around the building of centers of excellence, which I'm seeing. I'll come back to that question a bit later on, because creation of centers of excellence requires quite a large sum of funding, but we will get to that. Professor, right at the end, may I please ask for your comments around the first question?
Yeah, to be the last one, I think. I'm Anton Mshandete from the Nelson Mandela African Institution for Science and Technology. We are based in Arusha, Tanzania. And I serve as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Research and Innovation. This issue of co-creation and sustainability is, they say it is a topical issue. But through this discussion, which we encountered these 2 days, I gauged that, number one, we must have a blueprint. We must have a blueprint on how can we embark on co-creation and also the issue of sustainability. And this blueprint, it was given in the morning talk of Professor Monde. Professor Monde was like kind of like unlocking our minds, also unlocking the potentials which we have in the African continent. So to me, I saw that presentation as like, this is a blueprint, which you can leverage to all the issues of sustainability, issue of co-creation. They go around that presentation. So to me, we start from there. We must have a blueprint. Without a blueprint, we can be swinging without without any direction. But from that presentation, I was like, okay, this presentation can be repackaged to expand, to unlock the potential we have in Africa. So to me, that one would be like at the top. We must have a blueprint. During this discussion, I also learned from the presentation from the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation yesterday. I gathered something. She was actually calling for disruptive leadership. You know, disruptive leadership is not it's a business unusual, not business as usual. From her talk, I gathered about 3 points. Number one, there's an issue of technical knowledge. In the universities, we are never lack of technical knowledge. We have the technical knowledge, we have it. And if you read in our papers, there's a lot of technical knowledge. But you don't know the value of that technical knowledge. Sometimes we just give it for free. And they say knowledge is never for free. Knowledge is a resource. Knowledge is actually an income. But sometimes we give it for free. Number two, from her talk, I gathered that we as researchers, we need the business acumen. You know, the business acumen is to see how can you repackage your knowledge into a business. You know, the products and the services. You know, it's like, okay, how do you make an revenue out of it? And number three, she was actually calling for creativity. We need to be creative. Things are changing. Like now, there are some new economies. If we are not creative, it means we want to be in there. So now I can talk about Nelson Mandela and also the ORTARCHI. For us as Nelson Mandela, the research chair we have, it fits well in our systems. Because for us, our motto is the academia for society and industry. So whatever we do, we actually go first to the community or to an industry to establish the real problem which does exist in the setting of the industry or the community. So our students, after they have 4 weeks or 6 weeks, because we have only a master's, PhD, and a postdoc. We don't have the undergraduate. So for us, they go there and then scope the problem, the real problem, they come with the solution, then they go back to either to the industry or to the society. So through that, we are driven by the challenges and the problem, and then we create a solution, and then we go back. Through that, we've been able, actually, for the last year, it was an institution, we were awarded a certificate, a recognition with the Patent Granting Authority in Tanzania, we call it BRELA, that it was for the past 10 years. The entire for Tanzania, we have filed about 80 patents, but 45 patents are filing were coming from my institution. So we are awarded some type of like a recognition. So since when you are addressing the real problem which is happening in the society and the industry, then the co-creation is can be easily taken up. So we need to, change the way we think. And somebody said that if you continue doing the same thing and expecting different results, then you are wasting your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. So basically, co-creation is quite important, but we need to look at it in the context of the triple helix and maybe the quadruple helix. Prof. Asante and Prof. Trywell, I know that you mentioned a lot about the creation of centers of excellence. Now, as you know, in terms of maybe the South African system, there is a lot of twinning between our chairs and the centers of excellence that currently exist. Maybe if you can just give me a few reflections in terms of the capacity that's available to run centers of excellence, but at the same time, the institutional commitment that you're seeing at your level to be able to successfully transition a research chair into a center of excellence.
Okay. I mean, the center of excellence is just to make ORTARChI part of the university system. You can have a center of excellence, and then the leader is a chair. There's no problem. I think for sustainability, the university has to absorb everything. Okay, everything in terms of the space, and it should be able to use facilities of the university, and that is the integration. But if we create it as a separate entity, then there's going to be a big problem. Okay, so even though I've stated that you need a certain amount of money, some of these things, so if the university pays the salary of whoever it provides administrative staff, because currently they don't have administrative staff, provide an accounting support, then we are heading somewhere, integrating it into the university. And that is what, I mean, yes, I mentioned some amount, but we don't need to have that amount because it's already existing. We need to metamorphose it into what we want. And it's key. And why I'm saying this is leadership changes. Pro-VCs will change. Science Granting Council leaders will change. The philosophy and idea will change with people coming. So if today Science Granting Council says, I'll support, are you sure the next person who is a government appointee will say, I'll support? But for the university, we use university structures, irrespective of whoever is the vice chancellor or the deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, and it's been approved, we go with the university structure. So we need to work towards it. But let me add, digress a little on this issue of entrepreneurship and others. I'm very convinced that STEM that we talk about, we should have a STEM with an H at the end. Why am I saying this? Most of the centers are science-based. Now you want them to innovate, right? So they come out with something innovative. It is the legal person who drafts the arrangement. He's in humanities. It is a business person who will help with the business model. It is the economist who can tell you that the unit cost of getting this new innovation to somebody in the rural area is $0.5. It is the linguist or the language person who will package the whole thing in a language acceptable to the various communities. So if we just talk about STEM and we forget about the H, we will always be talking about how many things are we patented. Because for the chair, there's a limit to which they can go in that extra mile. And for me, the few years left, let ORTARChI come out with a model that will help change our universities. We need a model that if, for me as Deputy Provost here, I go to management and say, look at this, it's changed this, changed that. That is it, with figures. And that is why I'm always saying, let us get a model. We can sell the model to the university. And I must say, all the universities, they run different models. So one fit model will not work. But let us get a prototype that will sell within our universities. And I think that will be the way forward. And ORTARChI will be very, very happy.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Professor Trawell.
Yes. You see, in our case, as I indicated, the development of centers of excellence was a realization by the Invest Council, including government, that we had scientists or we had scholars that were doing research in silos. They were doing research in silos, and that there was no immediate impact on the innovation life cycle. So the idea was we needed to have multidisciplinary approach, what the prof has talked about. Because the problems of hunger, the problem, for example, of water management, which our chair does with, they are linked to the environment. They are linked to the One Health concept. They are linked to livestock. They are linked to agriculture. They are linked to politics of the country. They are linked to the economics of water. They are linked to many other things. So the thinking is this, that when you bring the chair, it needs to be located within the multidisciplinary framework of the university, so that the center attracts and links and rubs on to other kind of centers of excellence or other academia, so that you may then solve a problem. If you talk about issues of disease, for example, we have been pursuing the One Health concept because 70% of the disease, the vector is an animals, but that is linked to humans. That is linked to the environment. And if you want to talk water management, it all links to that. And so you need a more comprehensive thinking about this. And we're also saying that, and I want to agree that the first lecture that we had, and what the minister was saying, was that we need to not only think research, do research, we need to make sure that science and technology closes up with the science and technology economy. And to do that, you need a multidisciplinary approach. And the centers of excellence do that. And in our case, we've said the centers of excellence, the directorate must be able even to deal with the excellence in terms of cohesing research groups, doing mentorship within the university, linking that of whatever that they do to, as I said, to the innovation life cycle. And quickly, one of the issues that we have stressed ourselves is that how is it that you adopt, for example, AI to have social impact? That you need, when you create the centers of excellence, you need to reclaim your research and innovation life cycle. Meaning that we need, one, to deal with how do we do the data ownership itself. So we're talking about making sure that we have our own data center, data centers there. Two, we are saying machine learning, and I'm speaking as information scientist. Machine learning learns on data sets. What type of data sets are we talking about? Are these data sets based on community trusts? What language is it that these data sets are? How do we train the machine language, the models on this kind of, if you want to create an application, for example, an app, an AI app, which is data-driven to solve an issue and detect water issues or water management, it should be able to speak it should be able to speak to the people. The people must be able to touch it. So to do that, we have the technical know-how to be able to do that. And that's why we are, at my university, we are moving on to do the next gen AI, which should be able to respond to that, where you incubate the idea, you ideate the ideas, and so on and so forth. Lastly, we want also to link to the community. At the University of Zambia, we're talking about the resident researchers. But there are many other startups out there, perhaps, who may not have degrees, who may not have this, but they have the ideas, and they've come up with certain invention. We want to create a melting point where you link the community to this melting space. And that's what we are trying to do. In that way, you can talk about co-creation, you can talk about sustainability, you can talk about how we can collaborate. So that's a framework of thinking. So decolonization of science and technology is not anti-innovation. It is pro-justice. That's what I believe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Prof. So now I'm just going to quickly touch on the rest of the panel members. Seeing as we're talking about this triple helix and the quadruple helix in terms of collaboration. So how can university, industry, government collaborations be optimized for co-creation and sustainability? Maybe let us start with Professor at the last end. So how can we leverage on university, industry, government collaborations to optimize co-creation and create sustainability?
Yeah, at first you need to have some frameworks, and the frameworks which works. Back at my institution, already we have the framework which works. What we are in for it now, our business model, it has 5 pillars. Number 1, research and innovation. Number 2, postgraduate training and skills development. Number 3, outreach and community engagement. Number 4, incubation management. And number 5 is commercialization and technology transfer. So this is a model which we are using. So through this model, we can be able to accommodate whatever collaboration which we are interested in, whether locally, regionally, and also internationally. Then, I'm talking about the framework which does exist within the institution, because these are the framework which can help us to be able to implement whatever we are thinking of. Number 2, we have a Directorate of Research and Innovation. This directorate, it has a research management grant unit, it has an IP management unit, it has incubation unit, and it has a technology and acceleration unit. So through this kind of framework, It gives us a kind of a framework which can help us work properly. And also we are at an institution, we have a framework which allows it to establish research chairs. Professor Huda, she's here. There's a framework which allows you to establish a research chair. I also am a chair for the UNESCO STI chair. And in the framework we already have a framework which allows us to establish the research chair. And as we transition to the centers of excellence, for us as an institution, we have a framework, and Professor Huda, she was leading the Center of Excellence known as CREATES FNS, which was funded by World Bank. We have a WISE Futures, which was also funded by the World Bank as a Center for Excellence. We have the Center of Excellence for ICT for East Africa, which was drawing all students from the EAC. So through this, if you have all this framework, they can help you navigate the issue of co-creation, sustainability, and all that stuff. These are the framework which works. So to me, we needed to have some framework which are enabling, because through this framework, they will help us, unlock even different potentials. Without this, you can be struggling. You hear people are struggling with that. Okay, how can one establish maybe a center for excellence? How can one establish a research chair? So for us, if there are some issues, I hear here they are discussing this member of council members, research councils from in our countries, that if there's an event that someone has lost life, how do you transition? For us, the system is there. You go back to the framework and then you move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will ride on what my colleagues have talked about. But first I will start by saying at BUST, we respect the freedom of researchers to do whatever research they want to do. Mm-hmm. Because if you, for people who have interacted with academics, there are people who are very difficult to work with. And you really have to give them freedom, because they will tell you that the money you are paying us is very little. So if you take money from us and you take freedom from us, what reason do we have to stay here? So you have to give them the freedom, and that is what will make them stay there, because at least they have got something. Now, they have got freedom to do their research, but we do not support, we do not give funding to individuals. So when we talk about co-creation, we first of all dismantle the Lone Ranger kind of research approach. So we consolidate all the initiatives. So as I told you, we consolidate at different levels. Now that builds up to the level of research chair and the Center of Excellence. Now at the Center of Excellence, my colleague talked about frameworks, and I have to be very specific. That is research strategy, research policy, and guidelines. So when you are forming your research group or research chair, what is expected of you is already there. For example, at the level of research excellence, you are expected to operate at the ellipse, not the tri. Now, at the center, as the chair, now it is triple helix, where you collaborate with the government, the industry, and the university. But then, when we get up there to that level now, you must be working with community as well. But the chairs, like our chair, is already working with community, so it's boxing, beyond the weight, which is good. So the most important thing is that the intention has to be there. Once the intention is there, the intention has to be documented, so that, as I said, the troublesome academic, I'm one of them, they will have something to refer to. So when you are making decisions, you have something to refer to, tell them that it is according to this framework, according to this policy, according to our strategy. So at the level of chair and the Center of Excellence, it is by design, there must be collaboration and partnership with the industry and the community.
All right. Thank you very much. Professor from Burkina.
Yes, thank you. For me, I think that the main role is for the government, once again. Because I think that, for example, in our country, last year, they gave guidelines for research, for innovation in the country. And then every researcher had to respect those guidelines. And then after these rules, I think that we as universities had to participate strongly to create a kind of platform of kind of meeting with society representatives, with researchers, and with politics to discuss about the need of people, the need of societies, and then to create an orientation about research. And then I think that that's the real way of co-construction. Let me talk a little bit about policies. In our country, the policies are a real difficulty because the same policies are applied in every universities. And then, for example, with, when you have to create, when you move to center of excellence, you have to respect policies. And for example, in our country, we have no policies in the university to create center of excellences. That's a difficulty. And that's why I think that when the policies will take in their mind that kind of structure are very important for development of our countries, it will be less difficult because the policies will be right, correctly, and we will be more free. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And just in that light of policies and looking at all of these things, we've got a model that we want to propose to you guys as well. I know that we've sort of mentioned this in previous talks and everything, but my colleague will give us a sense in terms of some reflections on the communities of practice model that we have. And I think Professor Asante mentioned that even currently now, the 10 researchers are not really collaborating. And I think this is where we are going to bring in that collaboration to see how then these 10 researchers on the continent start working together, start addressing some of these policy issues, and perhaps then bring out a model or a framework that then aligns but also takes into account the different variations within institutions and how all of these models are sort of implemented to be able to, or to allow us to be able to bring out something that is African-based, that is African-owned, and that we can also be proud of to say, with this initiative, we've been able to develop a model, we've been able to develop a framework document and solidify this framework for the integration of the African continent, and also for the universities then to take ownership of this just as much as you've taken ownership of the chair's initiative, to also then take ownership of how you then grow the initiative beyond what we have started piloting now. Because I think it is through these learnings that we will then begin to sort of really bring out what the African continent needs. And I think one of the objectives is to make sure that we produce, or we sort of direct our research funding, our research initiatives and evidence that comes out of that to Agenda 2063. And in order for us to do that, we need to work together to see what is sort of aligned in the way that we do research, but at the same time to see what the differences are and where the gaps are, and how collectively these chairs can then work on some of these things, both at policy level, at government level, at the institutional level, to make sure that we break down the silos, we enhance collaboration, but at the same time we sort of stop duplication, but bring about coherence in the system that we're trying to create. So Promise, can I just ask you that you come and present the communities of practice model for this year's, but before that I would like to thank my panel for all your reflections and your comments. Thank you very much. And if we can, I know we're going to take questions just now. Just allow them to come up, and maybe let's finish with the communities of practice, and then we can take questions, because I know we're running out of time, unless it's a very burning question that you'd like her to ask. Okay, go ahead, go for it. Can we just get the mic for you? Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, but I was saying, here since morning, the promotion of Center of Excellency, or like integrated institutions to advance science, which I think it's a great idea, especially this Center of Excellency. I mean, it's a model that has been practices in various countries, but the critical aspect regarding that is, do we have the common understanding of that concept, of that model? Are we implementing it in a way of really advanced science and get the results that we desire to? Because I have seen examples of Center of Excellency that compete with universities. Instead of strengthening it, it weaknesses it. So it's a kind of a competition of a Center of Excellency trying to substitute the universities. So I mean, just to keep it short, I think this kind of forum, it's also a useful forum in my perspective to discuss those concepts and ensure that we do have a common understanding of those concepts and models. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that. But I think the concept of the centers of excellence also rides very much on institutional research strategies. So for them to be aligned to the institutional research strategies, otherwise you find centers competing for institutional sort of buy-in. But I think if every center, just like the chairs and the model that we've presented with ORTARChI, it has to be aligned to the university's research strategy. And I think most of the evidence that come out should be able to drive the institutional research strategy to where the institution wants to see it, so that we are able to present that evidence as part of changing policy and enhancing institutional capacities and capabilities. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Promise, but before that, can we get a picture with the panel? And then thank you guys very much for your contributions. I have to be in the picture.
Okay, thank you, Nana. Colleagues, I'm going to be very quick because I'm the only person standing between you and dinner this evening. I hope you have your dancing shoes on. I'm going to be watching. I want to see people on the dance floor tonight.
So my job is really simple. It's to sell to you the concept of communities of practice as we are funding them at the NRF. If you've been listening in on the conversations, it's very clear that we need to move research away from just publications and churning out students, but rather also trying to solve societal problems that our communities face. The communities of practice model is one such vehicle that the NRF uses. We use it to bridge the gap between research and society. So my following presentation is going to explain to you how we have designed it as a funding program and how we are hoping to use this very same model, or at least adopt it in some form, to support a community of practice that will be led by the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs. So in terms of context, the Community of Practice as a funding instrument is a program under the South African Research Chairs Initiative. It leverages on existing scientific expertise that we are already investing in as the government of South Africa. The program is a natural response to national strategy that is geared towards addressing socioeconomic inequalities and social welfare. And it also reinforces the notion that knowledge creation is a catalyst for South Africa's socio-economic development. Generally, communities of practice are defined as a group of people who come together to interact and learn from each other through addressing a common interest or subject that they are willing to share knowledge on and experience, and are willing to interact for that particular purpose. So you can tell just from the definition that communities of practice are underpinned by three pillars: that of the domain, which is the common area that people will be interacting on; the community itself, which is made up of individuals that come together as a group. We can consider them to be a network or an alliance that is well-defined and formalized. And practice, of course, involves over time the projects that will require sustained and frequent interaction on the domain, with the common goal steered towards an outcome that will enhance the domain. For the purposes of the DSTI and NRF, we consider our communities of practice to be research chair-led alliances in which established researchers collaborate with each other to produce solution-oriented research findings and knowledge that is based in evidence. But over and above academia that would be involved in a community of practice, we understand them to also include other actors outside of academia who can be practitioners in the field of the domain, policymakers in the form of government officials, civil society that can include social strata like national non-governmental organizations, public institutions, and other researchers. We see the value of COPs to straddle between the community and the individual, as well as provide some benefits in terms of short-term and the long-term. So for the individual, it helps with their career profile. It assists with maintaining a sense of meaningful work in the work that they do. And in the long term, it contributes to personal development of an individual, their marketability and professional identity within the field. For the community, it means that we have a bigger pool for problem solving, saving time when faced with a social problem, as well as just building synergies with other people who may be working on the same domain. And in the long term, it is a pool for leveraging strategic capabilities, for keeping abreast of developments that are happening within a certain domain, as well as, of course, encouraging innovation. As a funding instrument, the NRF has designed the community of practice to be well aligned to our organizational objectives, to our national and international imperatives. So at the very basic organizational level, the NRF has the mandate to strengthen relationships between science and society and to contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of all the people of the Republic. In our vision, we want to catalyze knowledge production for the benefit of society, and we want to give effect to our value proposition as an organization, which is to initiate strategies and policies that enable research collaboration and science in society. So for the South African National System of Innovation and beyond, continentally and globally, we respond to the National Development Plan of the country, as well as other national policies that are geared towards socio-economic development. We are guided at any given time to focus projects that are listed in medium-term strategy framework. We respond to continental development frameworks such as the AU Agenda 2063, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. So just based on the policies that inform who we fund when considering a COP, you can see that we really look at projects that have a strong social innovation link to them. The aims and objectives of a community of practice as envisioned by the NRF is to establish and nurture research chair alliances within our national systems of innovation in order to produce solution-oriented research findings. And we want to do this by leveraging on what we are already funding. So we don't want to start from scratch when it comes to investing in communities of practice. Rather, we want to see what is already on the ground and look at ways of consolidating those efforts into a vehicle that could help us address societal problems. And we want COPs to conduct solution-oriented research on socio-economic challenges. And in addition to that, they must be able to communicate those research findings to various stakeholders with an intention to provide solutions that can mitigate social and economic challenges faced by ordinary South Africans, and in our context, the rest of the other people in Africa. So the idea of communities of practice is that learning occurs in social contexts that emerge and evolve when people who have common goals interact as they strive towards those goals. We are guided by the principles of voluntary grouping when it comes to the formation of a COP. So unlike other funding opportunities where we put out a call and provide thematic areas which then applicants respond to, for the communities of practice, we encourage our researchers, especially chairholders that are already in the system, to voluntarily group themselves and align themselves towards a particular domain, which they then seek funding support from the NRF. The only condition we have is that the community of practice needs to be led by an incumbent ORTARChI chairholder, or ORTARChI chairholder in our case. And our aim is to see that voluntary grouping involving more than one research chair, a center of excellence director, or other principal researchers leading some form of institution within a university context, and the involvement of young and emerging researchers to form part of the core management team of the COP. We prioritize funds for COPs that are willing to conduct multi or transdisciplinary research that seeks to find solutions to socioeconomic issues. And of course, we want the COPs to enjoy a broad network beyond the core team members that are putting the application together, by showing us that the network will expand beyond the immediate institution of the lead applicant and key collaborators.
We expect our COPs to involve at least 2 postgraduate students because we fund them for a minimum of 3 years at a time. We understand they may not be able to train postgraduate students, but as a human capacity development, we require that they at least train postdoctorate students or early and emerging career researchers. As outcomes, we are not limiting what we see coming out of the COP's excellent academic publications. We always appreciate it as a funder of basic research, of course, but when we consider performance for communities of practice, we want them to be able to show us that they can provide customized solutions or tools to specific societal challenges. We want COPs that are able to promote collaborative research between and across disciplines. We want the community of practice as a funded entity to be able to avail their expertise of their network to external stakeholders for specific consultancy assignments. We expect our communities of practice to host regular and sustained interactions because this is the only way that the learning then occurs across the different parties involved. There is a need to build research capacity, as I've mentioned, exposing new and emerging career researchers and postdoctoral fellows to managing projects through the work packages that the COP would be leaving. And we expect that the communities of practice develop a data or information portal which will then store and manage all the intellectual capital and research activities of the network that can then be later accessed for consultancy purposes or any other needs that might arise. In terms of the funding model, it is a program that is a little bit more capital intensive when you look at the budgets that we provide as seed funding. So with the research chairs, we fund at 3 million rands per annum, but with the communities of practice, we provide 7 million rands over a period of 6 years, depending on the projects or on the community of practice and its various projects. And we are saying that this money that we provide is seed funding. So it is money that is expected, it is money that we expect will assist the community of practice to get off the ground. But in terms of sustaining the kind of activities and research that we want to see coming out from the COP, there is a clear expectation that the COP needs to leverage funds from other sources. In our experience with previous communities of practice that we have funded, it is very easy for communities of practice, once clearly defined and set up, for them to tap into funding from governmental sources, foundations, private sector, developmental funding, and international funds, as usually the problems that they target are problems that the rest of the society is waiting to support and find solutions to. So the minimum project life of a community of practice as funded by the NRF is 3 years, which is renewable by another cycle of 3 years, depending, of course, on the performance of the COP at the review point, as well as availability of funds to continue supporting their work. So the monitoring and evaluation aspect of communities of practice as we manage it is also very closely aligned to how we manage the research chairs. So on an annual basis for the first 3 years, we expect the COP leader to be able to provide the NRF with an annual progress report detailing the progress that has been made across the various objects, so the various work packages. So the COP leader is then also the person that is responsible for consolidating the various projects that are happening or occurring under the community of practice and ensuring that the progress is then reported back to the funders.
But at year 3, we undertake an in-depth review of the performance of the community of practice. And what this entails is a peer review that is made up of academic experts, practitioners in the community in which the domain is trying to solve a problem for, non-governmental organizations. So it's not your typical academic review where you just see reviewers looking at the application and looking at specific metrics. Rather, for this particular review process, we approach people from every facet of society, be it someone who works at an NGO, be it a promise that is impacted by the work that is being undertaken by the COP and not necessarily affiliated to any organization. So performance then is really based on social impact. Are you as a COP leader and the core team able to show the review panel that the work that you have undertaken in the first 3 years has actually led to any social change? And another factor that we consider is the leveraging of additional funding. So besides the seed funding that is provided by the organizer, how much as a COP, considering your network and the pooled expertise, have you been able to access from other sources of funding that I've listed before? So that is how, as the NRF, we fund a community of practice. It is a model that has worked so well in the South African system. It is a model that we are hoping we can adopt for the consolidation of efforts for the OR Tambo research chairs. And here ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And just to add a little bit on that, so this communities of practice model is not necessarily for you to go and start a new research program, but rather to use the evidence that is already coming out of the research that you're doing, sit with like-minded people to say, how do we then use the evidence to address the research or to address the challenges that we've identified across the societies in which the domain will be working in. So we'll open the floor now up for questions, if there are any questions, comments. I'm noting 1, 2 hands. 3 hands there.
Okay, while the microphone is roving, can I please ask the colleagues at the back with the screens to assist me with loading my 2 questions on the screen?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to talk about the communities of practice as such. I think it's a great idea. But I just wanted to talk because I was excited by the conversation about the centers of excellence. Just the buy-in alone is enough to excite one. And I really want us to think big about this matter of the center of excellence, because I think we have an opportunity through the ORTARChI to harness the intellectual power in Africa. And in my view, we should really be working towards a multinational center of excellence that is hosted in a particular country on the same model as the SKA. Which is funded, because this will also allow the governments in Africa to contribute. That center of excellence, then, if it is tabled and lobbied in the AU, then it can commit governments to fund that center, where Africans, and we should think about the idea of scientists, African scientists without borders, right? So, which allows African scientists to be mobile within the continent without the hindrance of the paperwork that is normally required by other travelers. So that is then a multinational center like that, hosted by a particular company, funded by all governments in Africa, and will then harness all the intellectual power into one, and it will be sectoral, multidisciplinary center of excellence with different departments of different disciplines. I think it's an idea we really need to think about and table it in platforms that matter in the continent.
So I think that is just exactly the thinking, but before we do that, we need the evidence, and I think the communities of practice model will give us that evidence to be able to table all of this.
Nana, if I can just add to that comment of yours, I should have probably led with the reason why we came up with a communities of practice funding model as the NRF. So the directorate that we work in, the strategic investments, impact and innovation directorates of the NRF, funds the research chairs, it funds the centers of excellence and the national research institutes. And because we are the directorate that is responsible for developing and sustaining the established researchers pipeline, those 3 programs were designed by government to assist us in retaining excellent research in the country, but also using the very limited skills available to us to build an ecosystem that can carry the developmental needs of the country in terms of research. But we noticed in the implementation, so the idea and thinking behind funding researchers was that research chairs would one day grow up to become centers of excellence, and then centers of excellence would then one day grow up to become national research institutions. But with 20 years of running the program, we have never been successful in actually, well, at least in the case of upgrading a research chair into a center of excellence. And the reason for that is because a center of excellence is a much bigger animal. It is a multi-million rands funding instrument that involves a very big network of individuals. So it's not just one principal investigators, but it's different principal investigators leading different packages. It's multiple institutions involved in some instances. So as the NRF, when you're supporting a research chair, usually you're just supporting a research chair that's based in one institution and probably housed under one faculty that doesn't necessarily, we know the siloed nature of research currently. So we found that perhaps as a way of supporting our research chairs or developing them, we do need to find a way of bringing them out of their silos, building the network for them so that they are able then to conceptualize and lead a center of excellence. And the center of excellence and the communities of practice as an instrument is supposed to be that vehicle. So when our chairs are awarded communities of practice, we are expecting them to build a network that they can then one day grow into a network that would be able to carry a center of excellence. So our thinking, as we support the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs, if we can upgrade you to a center, to a community of practice that is able to show sustainability, one, in terms of ensuring that the network is supported properly between the 10 chairs, it makes the conversation of growing a center of excellence around these very same chairs much more manageable, because we would have taken you through the developmental stages of upgrading from just an individually based funding instrument to a center of excellence funding instrument, which is easier implemented through a network than an individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, let me say that the community of practice concept is an excellent one, and it helps in consolidating all these initiatives, and that's the one way that can lead to co-creation. Now, you explained that the community of practice will be comprised of research chairs and centers of excellence. Now, currently, ORTARChI, we do not have centers of excellence. So are we, does this mean that the ORTARChI chairs can collaborate with SACI chairs or centers of excellence in South Africa to come with community of practice, or the community of practice that you are talking about is specific for ORTARChI? And if it is so, we also remember that the scope, as we were given there, is very narrow for now. Most of them are in these environmental issues, and then just a few. So I just need clarity on the scope, that is the membership, or does it also include other research chairs, well, let's say UNESCO chair? Thank you.
Yes, Promise, thank you very much for the nice presentation and for availing to us this opportunity. My question was similar to the previous speaker. Do you allow a community of practice between the SARChI and the ORTARChI chairs? And the second one is, do you have a document that you could share with us so that those who are willing, we could start embarking immediately? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take those two questions so long.
I'll come in and help you.
Yeah. So the easy answer is no, there is no scope in terms of what we want to fund for an envisioned community of practice that would be led by the OR Tambo chairs. I mentioned that one of the basic guiding principles for a successful community of practice is that there would have to be a voluntary grouping of people that come together and then agree that this is a domain we want to work with. So in terms of dictating who should be where doing what, we don't do it. We don't do that. Hence, even our call approach to funding communities of practice, we don't launch a traditional call. We encourage applicants to develop a concept document that they then submit to the NRF for consideration. Unless, of course, the NRF wants a specific COP to be funded, that is when we would go for a call process. So with the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative, we would be really keen to see a community of practice that allows the 10 chairs to interface despite the different faculties that they are in, because the communities of practice is a transdisciplinary platform. So we encourage researchers from different backgrounds to come together and try and solve a societal problem, and not necessarily a scientific research question, rather a group of people asking themselves, how can we use our different skills and expertise from different schools of thought or faculties to actually solve a particular problem. So the only requirement for a community of practice is the voluntary grouping of people identifying a problem and then agreeing to collaborate with each other to actually solve that particular problem.
Can I just quickly add to that? So I think just to answer your question on the actors or the people that are involved. So it's open to practically anybody. So meaning you can collaborate with the current centers of excellence that we have in South Africa. You can collaborate with the Arua centers of excellence, for example. So it's open. You can bring in private sector. You can bring in industry. It's open to all of the stakeholders that will benefit from the domain and what comes out of the domain. So it's not really limiting, but it's just looking at the whole value chain and the landscape to make sure that we have all of the actors that would benefit from such a platform, to bring them together for us to be able to then develop the solutions that we need. Because like if you look at the 10 chairs, for example, a lot of them are doing work that can interchange, because if you look at climate change affects food security, it affects health, all of those. So if you bring all of that in, that is one health in a way. And if you look at how then do all of these 10 chairs sit together and say, what is it on the African continent that we need to address that all of us can bring our collective minds on? to be able to achieve some of the aspirations of Agenda 2063. Robert?
Thanks very much. The centers of, the communities of practice does strike me as a very powerful tool. And I was going to say One Health, that's shouting out, it has to be One Health. But it'll be interesting to see what emerges from a further discussion. Just an insight from our experiences around communication, thinking about communication. We often do this almost in the wrong direction. We say, what research have you got? And now how do you find a space in which that research can now, make some media or create some kind of message or whatever. But of course, the way that should be being done is to say, what's the big challenge out there? What are the big, and what insights does the research community provide into that space? And sometimes solidifying that around the creation of some kind of communications document or media output can be very galvanizing and very helpful, because it means you can sit down and say, right, how do we solve this problem and who needs to do what in order for that problem to be solved? And all of that gets written into a document that has to be accessible and engaging. And of course, it doesn't draw all the science from every COP, it draws the relevant, and it doesn't only draw science from the COP, because the COP would go out and find the missing pieces from elsewhere. So I think just to sort of reinforce that idea of the galvanizing and focusing effect that it can create when one picks a problem that's looking for a solution and then gets a bunch of heads together to find that solution, which I think can achieve a huge number of the things we've talked about this week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Promise. It's really exciting. And I just have a simple question. You talk about community of practice. Is it community of practices? I'm asking this question because how many of them are you willing to found at this time? Because for now we know that it's 10 chairs for community of practices. How many of them? So that we have a sense of who could collaborate and how many of us can emerge, hopefully.
Okay, thanks, Samira. Thanks, Robert. Maybe if I can just respond to your comment, Robert, it is so key and critical. The success of a COP actually depends on how well the COP communicates with each other. From experience with funding communities of practice in South Africa, I have heard from COP leaders that they spend the first year learning to understand each other. Because apparently economists and engineers and philosophers don't speak the same language, and they don't seem to understand English when they speak English to each other. So it takes quite a while for the COP to then build momentum in terms of how they communicate and how they understand what they are saying to each other. So that is a very important takeaway that I think we all should note as we think about co-creating a community of practice. And Samira, I am saying co-creating a community of practice because as the NRF, we don't want to lead the ORTARChI chairs. We want the ORTARChI chairs to lead us in terms of what do they envision themselves for a funding instrument that would look like this. I do have a call to action. It's a bit of homework for the research chairs. If my questions can come back on the screen, but I wanted to leave you with 2 sets of questions that will assist the chairs in answering Samira's question, how many COPs do you think can come out from this initiative? But today, I want to leave you with how can ORTARChI, through a community of practice on public procurement systems, generate the evidence, partnerships, and advocacy needed to strengthen the procurement systems that enable rather than constrain African research. Something to think about. We put it there because when we've had the conversations with you, we've come to understand how the procurement systems in our different universities has actually hampered, in some cases, the progress of research chairs. And I thought as a topic suggestion or a domain that the chairs consider collaborating on would be around the topic of public procurement processes and how they affect collaboration. And then the second one is, what communities of practice do you think could emerge from ORTARChI that would strengthen intra-Africa collaboration and help us leverage AFCFTA for knowledge mobility, shared infrastructure, and research impact? So I've given you nuggets. You can use them. You don't have to use them. You can suggest something completely different. If the chairs can mobilize themselves, put their heads together, and come up with a concept document that we can take forward for the funding of a ORTARChI COP, that would be the best outcome from this meeting. I know we didn't get to have the workshop yesterday that would have allowed us to develop this a little bit more, but knowing what you know now, and me having posed these questions to you, I'm inviting the research chairs to collectively put their heads together and see if we can come up with some sort of framework for a concept for a community of practice that would be led by the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Promise. So a follow-up to this would be that we will have a virtual meeting sometime before the end of the year with the 10 chairs, just to further unpack this and discuss it a little bit more, to sort of get some grounding in terms of this, but we've laid the seed now. We need you to go back to your spaces, think about this, and then we'll communicate the next virtual meeting so that we can unpack this a little bit more. But thank you, colleagues, and thank you so much to everybody. I know we've taken so much of your time already, but I think this is the end going into tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday session. I wish you guys all the best, and thank you for attending. And I know, are we supposed to announce where we're going next year, or should we do that at the end of the week? Oh, at the dinner. They're going to announce where we are going next year at the dinner. And all I can say is Akwaba.
Thank you very much, Nana and Promise, for leading us through that afternoon session. I think it was very interesting, thought-provoking as well, to just think through how the research chairs can collaborate more. Last year, I'm not going to say who I asked. I asked about a WhatsApp group for the research chairs, and I am grateful that it's happened this time. That's the beginning, I think, of the communication between the research chairs. I would like to invite the Acting Executive Secretary of the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology to give his closing remarks, Dr. David Seruka, before we all head out to dinner this evening. Thank
you. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Professor Mayor, for that invite. I know I'm now the one standing between your dinner and yourself, so permit me to just say a few things, recap a few things, and then just pass a vote of thanks, because a lot has gone into this, and we are grateful. Excuse me. Yeah, so we've been here since yesterday in terms of the ORTARChI gathering. Allow me to recap a few things, like I've said. At the beginning, we were told or asked to reflect on some of the things that we were going to share and the commitments that we were going to make. And these would be like a catalyst for inclusion in development, in resilience, and economic opportunity across the continent. There was also mention about partnerships across academia, across industry, government, civil society, and cause these to find solutions that would address issues of health, food security, climate change, digital transformation, governance, and more. Then there was conversations that went on about capacity building, funding, sustainability, strategic collaborations, and it was mentioned that these should not be just theoretical, thank you, but these should actually build into things that we are going to practically do, and the concrete steps that would take towards self-sustenance, research ecosystem, that things that would align with Africa's growth ambitions. Now, some few things were mentioned by, well, a number of things by the Honorable Minister, but some of the things that she mentioned was that let's champion science, technology, and innovation on our continent. We should not wait for others. It's been happening that way. A lot has been going on, by other people, and we're on the receiving end. But let's make sure that we champion this science, because we have a lot of scientists, a lot of innovators, a lot of, technical people that can actually, do a lot in our continent. And that it's time to take science out of where we are, whether they're academia, universities, wherever, into the society, and to transform, scientific lingua into our local languages. She also mentioned something to do with linking science and entrepreneurship focused on development of products for consumption by Africans, that science should be the engine to drive economies of Africa, and that we should prioritize engagement of the private sector in research, conceptualization, and in consumption. So as we continue, or as we get out of here and get back to our places, let us re-examine the research that is going on in our institutions, in our places of work. Let us re-examine and see what is this research going to become or get into. Let's not end, as it was mentioned, let's just not end it at the knowledge level and produce and be satisfied, but let's make sure that we push it on towards, products, things that we can manufacture beyond just the publishing. That let's protect our knowledge, intellectual property, patenting. Those issues are critical. Many times we get excited when something is published and we are like, yes, I've achieved, I have attained my PhD and so on. But let's make sure that we go beyond that and protect our intellectual properties and even go ahead to patent and have many patents. Let's develop a Pan-African mindset, and let's share the benefits that come out of our work. And let us be very intentional, like I've said, about manufacturing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's be platforms for knowledge sharing and let's have think tanks in our places, people that get together and think and think and think. And out of our thinking, a lot will come out, and we'll be able to move to the next level, because it's mentioned over and over, Africa is the next place where things are going to happen. And already certain things are happening, so let's just continue to work. Allow me to end by mentioning or saying thank you so much, each and every one of you. In particular, I want to thank the National Research Foundation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, at least if if you can join me to clap, to thank National Research Foundation for organizing all this, for the funding, for the travels all the way from wherever you came. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank the chairs from the different countries, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mozambique, Tanzania, of course, Uganda, Zambia. Thank you so much, the chairs, for the work that you're doing, for the thinking that has started. Of course, it started some time back, but as we continue, you realize you continue to think, and you've been called for the next, Zoom meeting before the year ends. I'm sure you'll concretize a lot more on what you've discussed here. Thank you, each and every one of you who has participated in this. We are really, really grateful, and I would like to wish you continue to stay in this country. In the morning it was hot, in the middle of the day it rains, at the end of the day it's shining, and so on, and life goes on. That is our country, but please enjoy your stay in the remaining days that you're here, and from here let's meet at the dinner, and like they've told us, we'll know when our next ORTARChI gathering will be. Thank you so much, for God and my country.
So very quickly, I think just before we leave, there are two or three people that I particularly wanted to just thank, because I think they've put in an incredible amount of work. Promise, of course, Shabangu, and then Belinda Twesuje as well. And I don't know whether George is around, is he? Yes, and Mr. George Kiza as well. Yeah. And I know many people obviously contributed to this, but I think I just wanted to particularly thank them for the many months of hard work that they've put in. So thank you very much, everyone. And so the bus is waiting. Belinda, yes? Okay, so we'll head out to the bus and then go straight to the venue. It should be maybe 45 minutes. There might be a little bit of traffic just as we head out, but I think it should clear after that. So thank you very much, everyone. Yeah.